It all began 300 years ago, when the will of heaven came to light. Countless secret kingdoms descended to earth, and with them the dungeons opened. They were followed by many powerful monsters that almost exterminated humanity, and then it seemed that the era of people was over. However, hope for a brighter future appeared when the awakened came into the world. These were people who possessed enormous strength, capable of not only fighting off monsters, but also saving the almost destroyed world. In order to resist the monsters, the search for resources and passages to secret kingdoms continued. Each state devoted all its efforts to preparing the awakened, which could be anyone who reached the age of 18. There were 3 awakening classes in total: combat, support, and life support, and to find out which class an awakened person had, he had to approach a magic crystal. The combat class was considered the most useful, the cherished dream of everyone, but the life support class, which was incapable of fighting, was considered the weakest, which is why most people despised it. The awakening levels also varied. They were divided into 4 types: common, rare, hidden, and divine, the last of which was the rarest. It was rumored that when a divine talent appeared, a vision of heaven and earth would descend, and its bearer would become as powerful as a god. Our young protagonist possessed a divine level, but everything turned out to be not as rosy as it seemed at first glance. He was the top student in the school, so everyone expected him to get a combat class, and it was the divine level that surprised everyone, especially the principal. However, the director's joyful, surprised face changed to bewilderment when he learned that the young man had not received a combat class. This turned out to be a useless life support class, in the opinion of many, and from now on the youth became a divine-level astral cultivation master, capable of accelerating the growth of plants and small creatures. The director noted that in such a case, the divine level could be considered useless, but despite this, the previously promised training abroad would not be cancelled. After this, the young man became the cause of ridicule from many, because, surpassing the other students by several heads, he turned out to be the owner of a weak class, which became a reason for mockery. Despite all this, the young man did not see a problem in this and, moreover, ignored their ridicule and attempts to hurt him. To him, they looked vile and hypocritical, because before awakening, they called him their brother. Besides, there was nothing wrong with a life support class if the owner was smart enough to use it properly. The youth who awakened this class was called Zhang Chen. After his death, he was reborn in a world of awakened ones, full of dungeons and monsters. From then on, strength became paramount, and since Chen was reborn as an orphan, he had to train hard, study, and survive to gain a foothold in the new world. Until he was 18, he believed that he could only rely on himself. But a month ago, a system suddenly appeared before him. At that time, he still had a poor understanding of what kind of system it was and what significance it had for him. But from it, he learned that the insects that had once exterminated humanity were incredibly powerful creatures. Chen heard that during the last disaster, 9 of the 12 human kings sacrificed themselves to seal these insects. However, there was real power hidden within their strength, and so Chen believed that as long as this power was useful to him, even if it was the power of insects, then he would not care about the details. Having activated the system, he found himself in an unknown place, dark, gloomy, with a floor covered in water. This place was called the Sea of Knowledge, which every awakened person possessed, and it was slightly different for everyone. It was there, in the Sea of Knowledge, that one could see the form of one's talent. And for Chen, it turned out to be a huge tree. The essence of his talent was the development of all living things, and this required sacrifices, due to which he could accumulate the growth progress of special fruits and then use them. Then Chen decided to summon the Insect Queen, and her appearance was beyond words. The queen's original appearance was terrifying. A huge spider, as if sculpted from steel armor, the mistress of death from the abyss named 9 Wings of Filth. Her appearance terrified Chen, but she suddenly spoke, calling him her master and introducing herself as Little Nine. Soon, a system message appeared that the current growth rate had been increased by 10%, and by sacrificing someone, he would be able to strengthen his target, but no sacrifice was required for the first improvement. Chen decided not to delay, since the first enhancement did not require a sacrifice, and immediately activated it. The huge spider changed its appearance to that of a young girl who looked nothing like the mistress of death. She happily rushed to hug Chen, and he didn't even have time to understand what had happened. The little one had several skills: Poison Veil, Fury, Care, and Unity, and could also increase its growth and reproduce after absorbing enough experience. Thanks to Chen's talent, the little one could accelerate her own absorption and growth, which in turn accelerated the development of the young man himself, plus increased the level of his abilities by 20%. At first glance, the life support class seemed the weakest, but if you look into it, it was in no way inferior to the combat class, because by absorbing monsters, Chen could soon gather an entire army of insects. However, if anyone found out that Chen had such skills, they might get into trouble, because in the past, it was insects that caused great troubles to the awakened. Suddenly, a strange movement began, and Little One reported that she felt someone's hostile aura. Someone was not just using pressure on him, but could well have posed a threat. When Chen returned to the world, he saw a tall and seemingly powerful man standing in front of him. The man told him that the whole town had just witnessed this vision, and asked if he had awakened it. The city became quite noisy. It seemed as if all the residents had gathered in one place to watch this meeting. Chen was confused because the man had first activated suppression against him, and then remained silent. Meanwhile, Little One also did not stand aside and declared that she would not mind fighting with this man. After that, she activated suppression, sensing a threat, and seemed ready to attack. The noise around was getting louder and louder, and an inexplicable tension hung in the air. Chen realized that this was the man's goal. He wanted to test his strength, but accidentally angered the Little One, who considered him a threat. Fortunately, Chen managed to suppress the Little One temporarily, and the man praised him, noting that he was able to pass the test and even fight back. The man introduced himself as the commander of the Night Guards, Ji Gang, and invited Chen to join them, although he did not yet know that the young man had not awakened a combat class at all. The Night Watch is an organization that specializes in confronting monsters, destroying them during invasions, and exploring new secret kingdoms and dungeons. The mortality rate in their squads is extremely high because they fight on the front lines, but the Little One needs to absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to accumulate the level of absorption and reproduction. Once the absorption level reaches the limit, it will start to multiply, and who knows how much noise that will cause, so the wasteland is the perfect place for this. Chen did not hesitate and immediately agreed to join the squad, promising to help revive the former glory of the Night Guards. Gan was surprised, as he thought he would have to spend a long time persuading the young man to join them. Chen assured Gan that he was honored to be part of their squad, but he had urgent matters to attend to right now. Before leaving, he only said that he would appear at the detachment headquarters in 3 days at the appointed time, but for now, he was forced to take his leave. At the same time, the 8th elder from the Martial Arts Institute approached Gan, and he decided that the elder also wanted to invite the young man to his place. However, the elder asked Gan if he was really going to take a youth with a life support class into the squad, since it was suicide. Gan was shocked to learn that the youth actually did not have a divine combat class, but only a life support class, although he was still able to create a vision in the center of the city. Uncle Wang Yi was delighted that Chen managed to do such a thing right in the center of the city, but in order to avoid trouble, he decided to keep it a secret. He also remarked that he had heard of an astral plant cultivation corporation that was looking for young talents like Chen, and if his parents were alive, they would be proud of him. Furthermore, Uncle Wang said that they were going to go to the elementary-level secret realm with Ye Kan and Liu Ying to get equipment, and if Chen wanted, he was just in time. Of course, Chen couldn't refuse such an opportunity, so he and the others went to a C-rank secret realm called the Undead Temple. As the name suggested, the kingdom was inhabited by undead, and the chance of receiving equipment was 100%, although the experience was calculated after the completion of the campaign, and everything that was not received was lost. Wang was slightly surprised to see the undead, and even more surprised that the secret realm system had given them a dungeon of such a high difficulty level. Ying guessed that it was because of Chen's divine level, and that was why the system chose a more difficult realm for them. Wang noted that even so, such a test should not break their spirit, but, on the contrary, strengthen them. After these words, he gained determination and rushed to attack the monsters, but quickly realized that it was not easy to kill them. Realizing this, Wang asked Ying to enhance his talent as soon as possible, after which the girl used one of her skills. After being strengthened, Van easily dealt with the undead, cutting the monster into pieces. Looking at Wang, Ying, and Kan's determination to fight the monsters, Chen couldn't afford to stay on the sidelines. Since Van had already killed quite a few monsters, their remains became excellent food for the Little One. Chen used the skill Poison Veil Corrosion, and as soon as the poison touched the monsters' corpses, they would immediately be corroded despite the skill only being level 1. At that moment, Little One felt something strange, reminiscent of what they had encountered before in the kingdom. It didn't look like a normal undead, but rather like a mini-boss or even a full-fledged boss. It turned out to be a level 10 creature called Lurker in the Shadows, specializing in hunting weaklings who have fallen behind. However, Chen did not consider himself a weakling and was confident that he could easily deal with the monster that thought itself superior to him, after which he quickly ran between the monsters and left a small trace of poison on them where he touched. The monsters didn't understand whether this was some kind of joke, but after that, Chen clenched the poison he had previously marked the monsters with into his fist. Following this, the monsters' bodies were torn apart, and Chen realized that such creatures did not pose much of a threat to him, causing the absorption level to increase much faster. However, there were too many monsters in this realm, and Chen began to worry about whether everyone else was okay. Therefore, he decided to leave one part of the undead on the baby, and at this time go to his comrades. For Little One, this was only a joy, because by killing and absorbing monsters, she became stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the others were having a hard time. Despite their confidence in the battle, over time, the monsters surrounded them. Wang told Ying to find Chen and get out of here as quickly as possible while he distracted the monsters. At that moment, one of the monsters attacked Van, and then it seemed to everyone that this was their end. However, in the blink of an eye, the monster was already defeated right before Van's eyes. Wang was surprised to see Chen and asked him how he managed to do this since he had awakened the life support class. Chen replied that he had a hidden talent called Poison Veil, and told Wang, along with Ying and Kan, to leave here. Wang objected that it was too dangerous and they couldn't just abandon him, and Ying was of the same opinion. However, Chen assured them that he was able to deal with the horde of undead, and besides, the number of people at the end of the secret realm had already reached the criteria for summoning a boss. Meanwhile, Ying said that maybe they should really trust Chen. He would surely be able to defeat everyone. Wang didn't want to leave Chen alone, but he couldn't help him either, and the only thing he could do was give him his sword. Although the sword was not outstanding, Chen strengthened it and was able to cut down the undead one after another. However, while he was fighting the crowd of monsters, he felt as if someone was trying to attack him from above. Luckily, at the last moment, he managed to dodge the monster's attack and survive. After this, the monster began to pursue him, not giving him a second to rest, putting Chen in a difficult position. The situation became even worse when the monster broke Chen's sword, and his only concern was how he would explain to his uncle that he had broken his weapon. The monster turned out to be much stronger than Chen had expected. Perhaps it was even the boss of the dungeon. The creature was level 15 and called itself the Undead Monarch. Moreover, it was quite agile, so Chen decided to use the help of the Little One. After that, Little One released a ton of powerful energy, and it seemed like there would be no trace left of the monster. Then she attacked him, striking him blow after blow, not giving him a chance to counterattack. As a result, Little One defeated the Undead Monarch, and all that was left of him was his head. In place of the corpse, a strange magic crystal appeared, around which strange energy swirled. Then, in place of the crystal, a monster appeared, much larger and more ferocious than before. It was a level 20 undead despot. The monster tried to attack them again, but Chen realized the source of its power in time and ordered Little One to destroy the energy crystal inside the monster. After this, the Little One rushed into attack, trying to break through the monster's defense. Chen would hardly be able to defeat such a brute on his own, but it was only a matter of time before Little One overcame him. However, the young man also wanted to help somehow, and could not think of anything other than using the plants nearby. Thanks to Chen's special sense, he was able to find out that there were countless plants hidden underground in the secret kingdom. Therefore, as soon as the monster approached him, he decided to activate his astral cultivation master skill. With a skill like cultivation of all things, he wanted to at least slow down the monster for a while. After using the skill, beams similar to plant roots burst out from the ground and all attacked the enemy at once. While the monster's alertness and mobility were hampered, at that moment the final blow was dealt to him by Little One and finished him off. Thanks to their coordinated work, they managed to destroy the monster and clear the secret kingdom. To prevent the monster from being reborn into an even stronger version, Chen immediately destroyed its magic crystal, which served as its core. After this, the secret kingdom calculation took place, and rewards were also generated. First of all, Chen decided to take the Edmu Quick Dagger, which he planned to use as compensation for Uncle Wang. There was quite a lot of equipment, but it seemed to Chen that there was none suitable, so he decided to try out the hammer. The hammer was heavy and was called the King's Call. Its strength was monstrous, but it significantly reduced agility. After the system started awarding points for the secret realm, Chen, using his skill Unification, which increased all current attributes by 20%, raised his level to 6th, and along with that, his physical attributes increased. Little One also wanted to get one of the rewards, or rather, to absorb it, but Chen noted that no, since he planned to give the rewards to Wang, as well as Ying and Kan. She was a little disappointed, but nevertheless, the desire to absorb something did not go away. So, Little One asked Chen if she could absorb the remains of the boss's corpse. Since the absorption was quite valuable, it was an opportunity that could not be missed, so Chen was not against it. But he did not understand how the Little One would be able to absorb such a large corpse. But his doubts instantly disappeared as soon as the Little One changed her appearance to her main one. As soon as she started absorbing, it became too noisy around. If this was happening in the city, there would have already been a crowd of people gathered around. The amount of absorption increased, but the noise did not subside, and at that moment Chen heard footsteps. It was Wang and the others, who also heard the rumble. Unfortunately, Little One was unable to complete the absorption, because upon hearing footsteps, Chen immediately ordered her to hide. Everyone was surprised that Chen single-handedly killed everyone. Wang noted that he would accept a new sword as compensation for the broken one, and Kan asked him how he managed to defeat everyone. But Chen only replied that it seemed that his poison worked on monsters too. Meanwhile, since the secret realm does not renew itself after passing it, he needs to look for a new boss. Wang noted that it was somewhat of a pity that such power was being directed towards research, since even before reaching the first level, he already possessed monstrous power, and asked Chen what he planned to do next. Chen replied that he was going to join the Night Guards, even though he hadn't said so before, and this shocked Wang. He also said that he already had an appointment with their commander in 3 days, and by that time he would like to level up, so he would soon be heading out into the wasteland. The others were not very pleased with his actions, but Chen assured them that everything would be fine, since he was well aware of the situation. After some time, Chen set out into the wasteland, arriving at the outer city station. The city really did look like a wasteland, and there were a lot of kids of different classes in it. At the same time, Wang gave Chen a map to help him navigate the wasteland, as well as some equipment and an extremely valuable storage ring. According to Uncle, the wasteland is affected by a celestial force, so all electronic devices are subject to interference, just like in the apocalypse. And since the monsters are constantly moving, the map is also not considered relevant. However, it can be used as a landmark. For example, firebirds and thunder rhinos are the most common, so they are easy to spot. Rumor has it that the question mark indicates a place that should be avoided. It is very dangerous and the risks are extremely high. According to Uncle Wang, goblins are the most suitable for the youth. Their level is not too high, and their number is large enough to raise several levels. So Chen decided to go to the goblin lair and looked forward to meeting the monsters. However, he was interrupted by a strange guy named Zheng Tai, who at first glance did not look friendly. He asked Chen if he had met a blonde girl. Chen replied that he did not, and advised him to be more restrained in the future and not to behave so brazenly with others. Chen left a little poison on him, which surprised Tai, because the young man was not even level 10, but had already dealt damage to a fighter of level 27. This made the guy lose his temper, and he was furious and asked Chen how he dared to go against his Xiao family. After this, a small fight broke out between them, but Tai Chen was in no hurry to attack. He was much more interested in finding out who this Xiao family was. But judging by Tai's manner, they were clearly not the kind of people who wished for peace for everyone. Looking at the guy's stubbornness, Chen realized that there was no point in holding back and decided to respond to him with force. However, their fight was interrupted by another stranger who, apparently, was a young gentleman. Without thinking twice, he hit Tai and told him that he would be better off putting those efforts into finding the girl, and also ordered him not to use his family name in the future. Chen was surprised by what was happening and that he didn't notice the presence of this guy next to Tai. The boy apologized for his subordinate's behavior and asked Chen if they could join him to go into the wasteland together. But without thinking twice, Chen replied that no, because he preferred solitude. Chen became even more interested in him, as it was rare to see a divine-level life support class, so he also decided to head out into the wasteland. Once upon a time, people completely populated the planet and built entire cities. But with the advent of the era of the Awakened, monsters, secret kingdoms, and dungeons invaded people's homes. Now the Awakened seek to enter these places in search of power and wealth, and it is customary to call them the Wasteland. While Chen was wandering around, he got lost despite having a map, and there was not a single living creature nearby, which made him wary. Suddenly it started to rain, and it wasn't like normal rain. It was rain with magical energy. At this moment, Chen realized that he had apparently found someone's nest, but it wasn't the goblins. And even though he was looking for something completely different, the fact that he came across someone would also help him fill the absorption scale. The monster immediately began to attack him, but the young man was in no hurry to call Little One, because despite the monster's size, its level was not high. Therefore, Chen could deal with such a monster, albeit a large one, on his own. It only took a little time. However, since this was a nest of monsters, there was far from just one monster here. Chen noted that it looked like Little One was in for a real full dinner. After that, he rushed at the crowd of monsters and pierced them all like a beam of energy. As a result, he managed to kill a crowd of monsters and give them to the Little One to be absorbed. Meanwhile, Little One sensed an unknown scent, and Chen guessed that she had probably found the boss, so he used the search skill. However, it was not a boss or even a monster. It was a girl with blonde hair, most likely the same one those two guys were looking for. When she woke up, the girl did not understand where she was or what had happened to her. Chen was next to her at this time, and although he did not look hostile, the girl was frightened. She claimed that he was the one who had just attacked her, and Chen apologized, saying that he had mistaken her for a monster. He was also surprised that she managed to survive the blow that he seemed to have put all his strength into. Meanwhile, the girl noted that she had lost quite a lot of time, and in that case, she could be caught. She seemed quite nervous, so Chen asked if she was okay and who she was trying to hide from. But the girl only replied that she was going to go further, although there were plenty of monsters there, and she was not strong in fights. She was certainly a lousy actress, and Chen understood her intentions, but this also made him wary. The monsters were certainly a threat, but the awakened ones were far more dangerous, for the wasteland was a lawless place, and the people here were accustomed to robbing and killing. He was thinking about grabbing the girl and asking her questions, but was interrupted by the Little One, who said that another crowd of monsters was approaching them. When Chen himself saw the approaching crowd, he was extremely surprised, because there were many more monsters than he expected. At this moment, Chen was glad that there were no other awakened people nearby, because the prey itself came into his hands. Since he could no longer handle such a crowd alone, he ordered the Little One to take the form of a poisonous mist. After that, Chen rushed straight towards the monsters, leaving all fear and doubt behind. He was able to easily penetrate the protected body of one of the monsters, causing serious damage to it. Even though the monsters seemed faster to him than the previous ones, he still managed to deal with a couple of them. However, this made him nervous because it seemed that the monsters were not trying to kill him, but just wanted to wear him out. After some time, Chen realized that they were all controlled by a boss. 1,000 monsters obeyed one mind and fought according to tactics. In order to get rid of the rest, Chen had to defeat the boss himself first, and at that moment, Little One noted that the monsters seemed to be talking to her. She said that they were challenging them, and in response to their insolence, she let out a powerful cry. After that, the monsters were confused, and Chen noted that Little One had made a great move. All that was left for them to do was clear out the rest. Since the monsters were no longer under the boss's control, they became much easier to defeat and no longer posed much of a threat. So, having broken through the crowd, Chen finally reached his main target, the boss. Despite the monster's size, Chen felt no fear and was able to defeat it without difficulty. After defeating the monster, his next step was to create his own insect swarm. As his level increased, his strength also increased, and now insects were no longer a threat to Chen. However, right now he was focused on absorbing the boss's corpse and finally creating his swarm. Elite-level monsters were different from the rest. They provided much more absorption points, and if Chen wanted to speed up his reproduction, he had to hunt these types. After some time, the absorption gauge finally filled up, and Little One informed Chen that she could begin reproducing. After this, the process of breeding the first generation of insect swarms was launched, and accelerated growth was activated, along with which the growth of all living beings accelerated. Chen then obtained the special skills Insect Nest and Overlord. As soon as the breeding was completed, a swarm appeared around the baby. This was the first breeding, and its number amounted to 2,300 individuals. Chen was impressed by their numbers, as the first breeding alone had produced over 2,000 insects, and he was looking forward to seeing how many there would be in the third and fourth generations. The insects' skills were also different from the baby's skills, and there were quite a few of them. Chen thought that, after this, Little One would also change, but it seemed that she remained the same. Meanwhile, she said that after this, she needed rest and immediately returned to her nest. The nest was the space that housed the entire swarm, and now Chen could hide the insects without worrying about them being discovered. Meanwhile, Chen wanted to test his new special skill, Overlord. With this skill, he could control the swarm, and Chen never thought it would be so easy. Moreover, he now shared a common perception with the swarm, and he understood how the insects sensed the world, and also noticed that monsters were swarming everywhere. Chen saw that the insects were also inspired, and were looking forward to the next battle. He decided that in that case it was worth trying out the new power immediately. After that, Chen and the swarm went to exterminate the remaining monsters. Now Chen no longer looked like a young man who was easily broken, because he had powerful support behind him. He noted that he hardly had to take any action against the swarm. The poisonous fog absorbed everything in its path, and with the skill of the Overlord, not a single ordinary monster could hide from the swarm. At this rate, he would soon be producing new offspring, so Chen decided to find out how many points he would need to reach the next level. What he saw amazed him, because he did not expect to encounter something like this. After some time, Chen was able to find other awakened people and approach them to buy some food. At first glance, they seemed kind, but in their hearts they were already thinking of a plan to rob the young man. One of the guys said that the food would cost Chen quite a lot, and he replied that he understood, but he had something valuable for them. However, the guys had no intention of trading with him, but immediately decided to use brute force. Chen offered them wolf spiders, wild creatures that were usually avoided, as a commodity, and added that he knew their intentions. As a result, the guys got scared and decided to run away to avoid getting into trouble. Chen finally got some food and was able to regain his strength for the first time in a long time, because due to the effect of the little one and his talent, the feeling of hunger was becoming stronger and stronger. Initially, the young man thought that the swarm would bring him twice as many points, but in the end, the absorption scale only increased several times, so in order to speed up the process, he needed to join the night guards as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen saw that same blue-haired guy and was surprised, because this time he didn't come alone, or even with another person. Meanwhile, a blonde girl ran past him, using her stealth skill to move unnoticed, but accidentally collided with Chen. She looked scared and asked the young man to help her, to hide her from those guys and not to reveal her presence. Chen was more interested in how she managed to get close to him without him even noticing her. At that moment, those same guys arrived, and it was clear from their appearance that they were not going to just talk. They asked Chen if he was really all alone here and if he had seen a girl anywhere. One of the guys noticed that for a life support class, Chen had risen to level 17 too quickly since their last meeting. Suddenly, he pointed his sword at Chen and asked him if he had seen the girl. Chen replied that he seemed to have seen her and that perhaps she was running somewhere in that direction. The guy said that he would believe him, but if it turned out to be a lie, the Zhao family who protected the state would not forgive this. In this world, there really were clans guarding the state with centuries of history who occupied high positions and appeared among people only at critical moments. Some families had incredible abilities, and Chen sensed a strong aura in that guy. Meeting him was hardly a stroke of luck. When the others left, the girl immediately rejoiced and declared that she was finally saved. However, Chen suddenly grabbed her hand and demanded an explanation as to why those guys were looking for her, since she had already deceived him last time, and he still helped her. The girl said that her family owned a freight station and that the man wanted to rob and kill them, but did not expect that she would be able to escape. So now he wants to get rid of her as a witness. However, Chen was in no hurry to take her word for it, although the girl assured him that she would pay well for her help. Suddenly, a pressing sensation appeared and the girl reported that things were bad. Those guys had set up a magical barrier. The guys weren't fools and realized that Chen had deceived them, so they decided to wait for a convenient moment to catch both of them at once. The girl asked him why he needed all this, since he had already robbed her Lo family and now he wanted to kill them. She stated that if he killed her, her family would still find out the truth. Her words only made those guys laugh. Their leader said that her family thought too much of themselves, having earned some pennies, and added that she was alive only because their ancestors once saved her ancestors. He called them common cattle, and then Chen finally understood what the Xiao family was like. The guy said that they would never get to the truth anyway, and was going to kill her right there on the spot. He used the technique Xiao family dragon prison, which was impossible to escape from, just like the girl said. However, they were only going to kill the girl, and they wanted to leave Chen alive, since they found interest in him and offered to join them. But Chen had a different opinion and said that it seemed that the aristocrats were too fond of making conditions, and then rudely sent them away. Instead of joining them, Chen said he was ready to fight them all at once. After this, a fight broke out, and although the crowd rushed at Chen, he was able to stop them using the talent growth acceleration. Not only did they fail to hit him, they couldn't even reach him. However, the boys were not stupid, so they immediately began to cut down the plants, during which they managed to get out. However, Chen didn't only have growth acceleration. After all, the young man was the master of insects, so immediately after that, he summoned a swarm and ordered them to attack the enemies. Initially, the boys thought that he was a weakling with a life support class, but when they entered into battle with him, they decided that they were fighting a combat class. The blue-haired boy did not tolerate such disdain and, using his talent, the first form of the 9 forms of Kuning, attacked Chen. His technique was faster than Chen's poisonous mist, and he also used the Xiao family's special skill, Chasing Dragon. The boy thought he had finally managed to reach Chen, but the girl used her special skill, Eternal Earth Shield, and repelled his attack. Chen realized that this was a great chance to counterattack, so he didn't waste any time and immediately ordered the insects to attack the enemy. However, he also had his own shield, albeit a peculiar one. He used his subordinate as a living shield. He didn't care who died during this battle because he believed that dying for a member of the Xiao family was an honor. However, the boy became furious after learning how strong Chen really was and declared that he would definitely die by his sword today. After that, he attacked again using the skill Tamed Dragon Execution. The girl immediately activated her shield skill and once again protected Chen from the enemy's attack, although the shield became weaker each time. Chen realized that every strike could be considered fatal. The opponent's sword strike was quite impressive, and he didn't expect the explosion from the strike to be so powerful. After that, the guy became furious and launched rapid attacks using the skill Execution of the Tamed Dragon, continuous attacks one after another. From that moment on, Chen realized that there was no longer any need to hold back, and instead he should show what he was truly capable of. Using a swarm of insects, he attacked the enemy, causing significant damage. The guy tried to use the same skill Execution of the Tamed Dragon, but it was all in vain. Chen immediately used the skill Regeneration on insects. However, the guy had an ace up his sleeve. He used his last chance to win, the potion Jade of Life. Chen didn't understand what kind of potion it was, nor did he know how powerful it was, so he immediately used the power of the Overlord, using the Absorption skill. However, the guy's shield held and it was impossible to either penetrate or absorb it. The Jade of Life is a treasure of the Qiao family that has been passed down from generation to generation, and once activated, it will block any attacks, so it can be considered immortal. He again invited Chen to join him, but he replied that it seemed that because he was used to only despising everyone around him, he was unable to even comprehend the full extent of the situation. The guy thought that Chen was bluffing because he considered his family and its treasure to be powerful. Chen recalled that the guy had previously said that the truth could not be found if there was nothing to dig for. And in that case, what would happen if not even his corpse remained? After that, Chen summoned Little One, who by that time had already recovered her strength after a long sleep. Hatred, thirst for blood and flesh filled the Little One, so she immediately attacked the enemy. The Little One's strikes were different from Chen's or others. On the contrary, they were able to pierce his shield, and as a result, as the young man said, there was nothing left of that guy. Chen understood that his meeting with the Xiao family would not end here, and he would meet them again in the future. However, right now, he was more concerned with what he should do with the girl. The girl was scared, so she immediately offered him all her treasures, which could be worth tens of millions. Chen noted that it was quite sincere, but unfortunately she saw too much, and on top of that, she also deceived him. The girl wanted to prove that she would not lie to Chen anymore, so she gave her name, Luo Sandao, and swore that she would not deceive him again. Chen was surprised when he heard her name, and Sandao replied that she was also surprised and didn't know what her parents were thinking, showing her ID as proof. The photo was taken 2 years ago, and since then the girl has changed a little. However, Chen noted that even so, she could not guarantee that she would not reveal his secret. However, Sandao replied that the young man did not need to worry about this, and took out a scroll from the storage ring. This was not a simple scroll, but a scroll of silence. If the party fulfilling the obligations revealed the secret, they would die instantly, and Sandao swore an oath with her life to keep Chen's secret. A scroll like this was valued at around 20 million, and this made Chen angry. Had she just spent the only valuable thing that was in her ring? But the girl asked him not to be angry with her, and assured him that if he walked her home, her parents would generously thank him, and so Chen found himself in the luxurious house of the Luo family. He initially wanted to head home in time for the night guards gathering, but Sandow pointed out that they were further away than her house, and that her house had a teleportation station that he could use. Meanwhile, things were also unsettled in the Luo household. Upon Sandow's return home, all the family's merchants were severely punished for trying to anger the Xiao family. However, the punishment was mitigated because Sandow returned home safe and sound, all thanks to Chen. Sandow's parents offered him breakfast, and as Cheng's swarm grew stronger, he had to eat more and more. They also noted that although he was a life support class, he was at the divine level and was even able to save a person from the Zhao family, which says a lot. This gave Sandow's parents some thoughts. After all, if the young man was able to help them in the fight against the Xiao family and was able to save their daughter, he was an ideal candidate for the role of groom. So they didn't hesitate and asked Cheng if he had anyone, because Sandow was also single, and she also had a hidden profession, knew how to run a business, and in theory could be a good wife for him. However, Chen was not prepared for such drastic changes, so he became frightened and, as he said goodbye, said that he needed to hurry. However, her parents did not back down. Her mother noted that they would be able to track him using the black card that her father had previously given him. But Sandow was not happy with this conversation. Sandow did not deny that Chen was strong and handsome, but there was something about him that greatly frightened and repelled her. Meanwhile, there was also a loud noise in the Xiao family's house. The head of the Yuanshan family learned that the treasure of one of the family members named Yuan Wu, the same one who attacked Cheng, had been destroyed. And Yuan Wu's brother named Xiao Beihan pointed out that his brother had only reached the 30th level of the Second Awakening at the age of 20, so his loss was not worth the anger. Yuanshan knew that Yuan Wu was weak, but he was still his grandson. But Beihan declared that once he finished training at the Tianjiao camp, he would find out who dared to go against their family and finish him off. Meanwhile, Chen just arrived in time for the Night Watchman's gathering. One of the party members was Yun Xiaoke, who was at level 45 of the Second Awakening and was a healer. Upon seeing Cheng, she was pleasantly surprised because finally someone cute appeared in their party. Besides her, there was also Duan Feng in the squad, who was at the 49th level of the Second Awakening and was a shooter. Unlike the others, he was rather silent and even boring. Another member of the party was Chu Bulan, level 49, Second Awakening warrior, and despite his small stature, he was very stocky and extremely talkative. Their squad was also complemented by Tang Jin, a level 61 Third Awakening Fire Magic Master, who also served as their deputy commander. Chen thanked the guys for the warm welcome and kind words, but noted that he only had a life support class. He was surprised that the guys treated him so kindly, because, as a rule, no one feels sympathy towards those who awaken with the life support class. Meanwhile, Commander Gan noted that they would like to send the youth to the Tianjiao training camp for better training, but they only accept those who have reached at least level 20. Chen noted that he had already reached level 17, and Gan was surprised that the young man had managed to achieve such results in just 3 days. Gan was in a joyful mood, so he said that he would go and enroll the young man in the camp right now, since in 3 days he was quite capable of raising 3 more levels. But after that, the rest of the squad looked at Cheng very strangely. Meanwhile, Gan asked Cheng if he had been able to contact anyone in the past 2 days, since they had just sensed an unknown Third Awakening Master tracking his location. It was possible to track the location using divine consciousness, but even so, Chen didn't understand who could be monitoring him. Could it be the Zhao family? To prevent anyone from eavesdropping on them in the future, Xiaoqi created a silent barrier that could protect against wiretapping. Gan asked Cheng to confess what really happened and not hide any details. Chen said that yesterday he killed one of the Xiao family members, Yuan Wu, and when the others heard this, they were shocked. Gan noted that, of course, everyone knew how much evil the Xiao family had done, especially the younger members in recent years, so it could be considered that Chen had done a good deed. He also added that although the head of the family was a scary person, among his grandchildren, Yuan Wu was the most worthless and unloved, so Yuanshan would most likely not take on this matter personally. Chen was glad to realize that someone cared about him, because even though he was an orphan and had been helped by his neighbors as a child, now he felt at home for the first time. Meanwhile, Gan was even more surprised when he realized that Chen had not just killed an awakened one, but one who had gone through a second awakening, risen to level 30, and awakened a combat class. However, Chen noted that things were a little different. He was helped by Sandow from the Luo family, who had a hidden defense class. Gan was even more surprised. In just 3 days, Chen had not only killed one of the Xiao family, but had also managed to meet the daughter of the Luo family, the richest trading family in Jiangnan. But since the defense class couldn't attack, the question of how he defeated Yuan Wu remained relevant. At this point, Chen admitted that he actually had two talents. One of them was the hidden talent Poison class. Gan was surprised beyond measure, but he was not even afraid to touch Cheng's poison. He shook his hand, saying that he was not a weakling either, and such poison could hardly harm him. However, Ganu's defense did not help, and the poison was still able to spread through his hand. Fortunately, Xiaoqi quickly healed him and completely removed the poison from his arm. Gan noted that although Chen was a capable guy, after what happened to the Zhao family, he would have to forget about the Tianjiao camp. Of course, he could get good resources there, but the danger had increased too much. By good resources, Gan meant monster blood essence, various types of equipment, as well as magical fruits, scrolls, and other rewards available to the strongest. These resources were much better than what could be obtained from ordinary hunting, so Chen declared that he was not afraid of danger and had to participate. Meanwhile, on the western side of the lake, Xiao Beihan's family was conducting training. Unlike Yuan Wu, Beihan was the pride of the Xiao family and was considered a capable guy. He also collected information about what happened to his brother and learned about the conflict with Sandao as well as Cheng's involvement. When he learned that Chen was an awakened divine-level life support class, his interest in him increased. At this time, Gan agreed to enroll Cheng in the camp and found him a strong ally, the princess of the Mu family, Mu Hankyu, with whom they were to go to the secret kingdom. At the same time, Gan hinted to Chen that Hankyu was not only incredibly beautiful, but also his age, so it was worth using his charm. At that moment, Hankyu and Uncle Li came to them, and she asked why Gan had suddenly changed his mind, since only yesterday he had refused her permission to go to the secret kingdom. Gan replied that he had been angry at her grandfather yesterday, but now he had an additional condition. Chen would also go with them. Hankyu wasn't happy because she was providing a level 30 secret realm scroll for free, but he was still given conditions. She didn't want to refuse, but when she found out that Chen's level was just above 10th and that he was from the life support class, she called him a brat. This made Gan angry, because Chen was not as simple as he seemed, and Uncle Li explained that Hankyu had recently broken up with her girlfriend, which is why she had become harsh. Hankyu felt awkward, asked Li to shut up, and agreed to Gan's conditions. After that, the Night Guard squad, together with Hankyu, went to a level 30 secret realm called Charming Village. Feng decided to lead the operation, warning that in case of danger and the absence of a team, they must immediately return to the teleportation stone. Hankyu's character remained the same. She still arrogantly called Cheng a brat. At first glance, the village seemed harmless, but Feng guessed that about 80% of the monsters could be hiding in the houses. When the team entered the city, they decided to split up. Bulan went alone, and Xiaoke, Chen, and Feng went together. After wandering around the city for a while, they found a stone tombstone with the inscription, Guangming Village, and Feng noted that it was there for a reason. Xiaoqi used magic to cleanse the bodies of her allies, clearing their minds, improving their agility, and restoring their energy. Suddenly, the sunny weather changed to a terrifying red landscape, and a black whirlwind appeared over the village. The village was covered by a dome as it mutated and was now called the Undead Village. To get out, it was necessary to destroy all the undead and defeat the boss. Chen got lost and wanted to return to the others to exit the kingdom, but he came across a room with many coffins. There was a picture hanging on the wall that seemed alive. At first, the grandfather in it looked sad, and then suddenly he smiled. At this moment, Chen was surrounded by a crowd of level 30 undead that were immune to physical damage, so he decided to use poison. The poison was able to slow down the monsters, although it did not cause damage but gave the young man a chance to escape. At this time, Little One announced that she was hungry and would like to devour all the undead. Chen replied that he didn't mind if she succeeded, but reminded her that absorption was also a physical attack. Despite this, Little One managed to absorb the monsters, and it became a real feast for her. Chen then realized that since the Little One came from the depths, it was the same as the undead, which meant his insects could also fight them. As a result, the young man exterminated the undead, earned 5 days' worth of experience in 10 seconds, and increased his level. The grandfather in the painting was no longer smiling, but looked upset, and Chen suggested that the Little One absorb him. However, the painting immediately split into pieces, and the young man received 8,000 experience for scaring the level 35 undead guardian. At the same time, the monsters surrounded Feng. There were too many of them, and the fight turned out to be difficult. The system notified him that someone had killed a low-ranking undead and a guard, and Feng, impressed, began to wonder who was capable of this. Feng wondered if it was Bulan, but he wasn't that strong. Xiaoqi could restrain the undead, but not destroy them, and Cheng's poison had no effect on monsters, so Han Qiu was the last guess. However, Feng didn't even suspect that his guesses were far from the truth, because at this moment, Han Qiu could hardly even protect herself. Han Qiu was in critical condition, but she tried not to give up because she was the last representative of her family, and without her, the family would disappear. Suddenly, she noticed a strange poison and realized that there were fewer undead. The girl was shocked to see that her savior was Chen, whom she did not expect to be here. Chen dealt with the undead in an instant and saved Han Qiu. Seeing this, Han Qiu was delighted. Could this really be the capabilities of the life support class? And her interest in Chen increased. Half an hour later, the guys repelled the attack of the undead, and only the final battle with the boss remained. However, they didn't see Cheng and Han Qiu anywhere, so they decided to follow the trail of the recent battle. Walking a little further, they saw Cheng sitting on the steps, with Han Qiu next to him hitting him on the shoulders. The guys were surprised, but Feng ordered them not to come closer. The granddaughter of a great man was behaving strangely. Perhaps the boss himself was in front of them. However, things were not as they thought, and when Chen wanted to explain himself, Han Qiu intervened, saying that the only way to approach him was over her dead body. However, Chen explained that he was neither a boss nor a monster, giving examples to support his words. The guys were pleasantly surprised to learn that in front of them was the same young man with a life support class. Having understood everything, they went to the final battle with the boss of the Secret Kingdom. The boss turned out to be a level 40 undead leader, huge and fearsome. However, he was not as strong as he seemed, and Chen quickly knocked him down. He told the others not to come closer, and called upon the little one to absorb him. Eventually, the boss was eaten by the little one, and the Secret Kingdom was cleared. For killing the boss, Chen received a huge amount of experience, and rose from level 17 to 26. Besides experience, there were other valuable rewards. Among them, the platinum-quality dark cloak stood out, providing invisibility for 3 minutes with a 2-hour recharge. Since the Secret Kingdom would soon disappear, the boys needed to leave it as soon as possible. Returning home, they told the commander everything, and he was surprised that Chen had crossed the kingdom almost alone. After that, he asked everyone to leave so he could talk to Cheng alone, and immediately got down to business. How he managed to do it. Chen was shocked that Gan had figured out his insect disaster system, which could change his fate forever. Gan's face was gloomy and Chen was scared, but the next second it changed to a kind smile. He said that he would not insist if the young man did not want to tell everything. The more trump cards, the better. But then he added that there was something Cheng needed to know. He showed him 3 corpses, which left Cheng wondering if it was because of him. Gan explained that they were level 60 fighters, and 2 were even level 90 masters, who were sent to kill Han Qiu, but they were discovered in time. Chen didn't understand why he was hunting her, until Gan showed him the order list that included Mu Beiqiu's name. The young man was confused. The Mu family protects the country. Their warriors are the best, and Beiqiu will take part in Tianjiao. The strongest will gather in the camp. Some of them are in the top 100 best warriors. Han Qiu is only ranked 77th, but she is still hunted by hordes of mercenaries. Gan explained that her family is one of the most powerful and protects the country. Chen then asked if they were showing him all this so that he wouldn't stand out in the camp, and it turned out to be true. After all, with his potential, he only attracts danger but does not escape it. Gan also mentioned that if information about Cheng's achievements in the secret realm were to surface, his ranking would be higher than Han Qiu's, but it had to be hidden. After this, Gan again hinted that Chen and Han Qiu looked good together, but the young man did not want to continue the conversation and left. After returning home, Chen still had one more thing he wanted to do before going to bed. He had accumulated a total of 33 copies of rank 3 blood essence, as well as 14 copies of rank 4 blood essence. And the young man wanted to use all this essence not for someone else, but for his insects to make them even stronger. The little one also did not stand aside and experienced an indescribable desire to swallow something. Initially, Chen refused her, because she was already quite strong, but the little one threw a tantrum, and the young man was left with no choice. As a result, Chen used the rank 3 blood essence, equivalent to a human's level 60, as well as the rank 4 blood essence, equal to level 90, and the insects began to reproduce. Each individual created about 60 of its own kind, and now Chen's swarm of insects numbered as many as 100,000. The new insects were not yet accustomed to the new conditions, so they rebelled and caused some damage to Chen's room. While Chen was busy breeding insects, the little one continued to absorb the essence like a bear seeing honey. However, Chen's combat power had increased to a whopping 197 stars, and he had almost managed to catch up with a third awakening in strength. After such an increase in strength, Chen was confident that he was now ready to go to the Tianjiao camp, and by reaching level 30, he would also achieve a second awakening and be able to find a new insect queen. Meanwhile, the circumstances of Chen's case had become more serious, and Gan wanted to involve the King of the Heavenly Blade, his teacher, in this matter. He also couldn't help but mention once again that Chen's strength was surprising him more and more each time. Perhaps he even possessed a forbidden specialization. His words seriously frightened Jin, and she asked him to explain what exactly he meant. Jin reminded Gan that ever since the Devourer appeared, everyone who awakened the forbidden class within the Daxia Empire had been killed. If Chen had something like that, he would have been killed long ago too. And Gan only replied that he sincerely wanted to think so, but in fact his guesses were just paranoia. Chen had to find his way back to the camp, but even with a map, he ended up getting lost. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for help, and looking up, saw a long-haired man high up among the trees. He asked for help to get down, as he was afraid of heights. Chen, using growth acceleration, grabbed him without any difficulty. Grandfather told Chen that he had tried to reach the nest but had failed, and in gratitude for his help, he offered his own. Chen said that he was heading to the Tianjiao camp and asked if he knew the way, and his grandfather noted that he was heading there too. On the way, Chen asked why he didn't keep his sword in his spatial inventory. His grandfather replied that he wasn't awakened and didn't need it. He said that as a child he had no talent, and after failing to awaken, he tried to arrange his life for 10 years, but all in vain. He then decided to go into the mountains in search of a dignified death, but instead found an abandoned hunter's hut and this blade. After that, he decided to practice with the sword every day, and after 50 years of training, enlightenment finally descended upon him. He offered to teach Chen a couple of sword-fighting techniques, but soon realized that he was in a hurry, and now he was just waiting for the young man to want to learn. After some time, they reached the camp. Grandfather immediately disappeared. Chen was surprised and did not realize that he met the King of the Heavenly Blade. The Tianjiao camp was a place where awakened ones improved their skills and leveled up. Order and discipline were paramount in the camp, so to get inside, you had to get a special bracelet confirming your identity. Meanwhile, Hankyu and Sandao were also in the camp, and they were happy to see Chen. For Hankyu, he was an outstanding master, and for Sandao, he was a savior. They were also surprised when they met each other, and Chen learned that Hankyu's ex-girlfriend was supposedly Sandao. However, everything was not as Hankyu said. She simply read too many Yuri novels and started pestering all her girlfriends. However, from that moment on, everything changed. Now they were not friends but rivals in the fight for Chen's heart. Chen himself didn't really understand what was happening, and it didn't bother him much, but suddenly an explosion thundered next to them. Some of the awakened started a fight immediately after arriving at the camp. This was unacceptable, and the patrol leader decided to teach them a lesson. However, even a commander who was equal in strength to a third awakening grandmaster was unable to stop them. At the center of the fight was Tang Ying, an assassin who was very strong and the youngest gold-ranked assassin of Tianji Tower, rumored to have killed a grandmaster assassin from the Sakura Empire. Besides her, Bai Fen, a student of the commander of the Eastern Sea Defense Line, also took part in the fight. Despite his mental problems, he was considered a talented fighter in the army. And of course, there was Beihan. His immortal swordsman class was considered divine. His grandfather was one of the 7 pillars of Daxia, and the sword he held was stolen from the Luo family. And all 3 of them fought against one guy named Zhang Wushuang, who was insanely strong and was rumored to have 3 hidden classes at once. Wushuang's strikes were so powerful that he easily threw his opponents back several meters. Meanwhile, the long-awaited meeting between Beihan and Chen took place because the youngest heir of the Xiao family died at the hands of the latter. Beihan stated that despite his dislike for his younger brother, he was still a member of their family, and therefore he intended to avenge him right now. Chen noted that Beihan looked much stronger than his brother, but they had one thing in common. They were both rotten inside. Of course, Chen remembered his promise to Gan not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, but in this situation, he had no choice. As Chen summoned the swarm and was about to attack Beihan, someone intervened and ordered them to stop. That someone turned out to be the head instructor, better known as the King of the Heavenly Blade, who dispersed Chen's swarm of insects with a single swing of his sword. Chen was amazed not only that the old man stopped 4 geniuses with one swing of his sword, but also that this was the same man he had met in the forest. The deputy commander named Yang Guang reported that all 300 young geniuses had arrived and the opening ceremony could begin. The appearance of the Heavenly Blade King came as a shock, as there were rumors that he lived in seclusion and had not appeared in public for a long time. Because he was an outstanding warrior and teacher, many dreamed of learning from him. Some even wanted to defeat Wu Shuang in front of his eyes to prove their strength and become his disciples. However, everyone except Chen knew who he was and what heights he had reached. Sandow said that, even without being awakened, he was able to suppress a group of Seal Kings who had passed the 7th awakening. His strength is so great that he can fight with those who have passed the 8th awakening. And Han Qiu once also wanted to become his disciple, but he rejected her, like many other influential families. Chen was surprised that it was really that difficult to become his disciple. Han Qiu explained that he had even refused Wu Shuang and Feng. This shocked Chen even more, and he found it hard to believe that the old man from the forest was the king of the Heavenly Blade. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony began. Gu Kaitian introduced himself as the head instructor of the Tianjiao camp and immediately activated the barrier so that no one could observe them. He said the camp in Jiangnan province had weakened in recent years because it had become a show instead of real combat training. As the world becomes more and more monsters, they need real fighters, and to bring out the potential of the participants, this year there will be fights to the death. This statement caused a strong reaction from the students and instructors, and Kaitian added that 10 people would die in each round and anyone who wanted to could leave right now. Beihan decided that this rule was made especially for him so that he could easily deal with Chen. However, despite the danger, no one refused to participate, and the Tianjiao camp was officially opened. There were 300 participants in total, but half of them would be eliminated in the first stage, and the task was to capture the flag before 6 a.m. the next day. Immediately after the test began, Beihan, oddly enough, decided to attack Chen first. Chen also wanted to deal with him personally, so he sent Han Qiu and Sandow to look for the flag. As soon as they left, Beihan attacked Chen, and the energy from his sword was so powerful that the youth clearly felt it. However, they were unable to finish the fight because Yin intervened. She was unhappy that Beihan started a deadly fight right after the camp started. Ying asked if he was already afraid of Wu Shuang, since they had agreed to attack him together, but Beihan had always avoided the fight. After this, Beihan and Ying went to look for Wu Shuang to finally fight him. Chen didn't know Ying before, but she clearly wanted to help him, and she did so happily without mentioning that she was Jin's niece. Realizing that her strength was not enough to fight Beihan, she decided to use Wu Shuang as a distraction to buy some time. Meanwhile, a camp member named Huang Yongchao became Beihan's subordinate because his father had served the latter's grandfather, and as a sign of loyalty, he brought 3 flags. Beihan was pleased to have found such a servant and immediately gave him a new task, to kill Chen. Meanwhile, Chen's group had already found 2 flags, but they were not going to stop and continued searching. However, they were suddenly attacked by Yunchao following Beihan's orders. Chen thought he came for the flag, but he said directly that he came for his life. Sandow warned that Yunchao had a hidden class, Sun-Chasing Fire Archer, level 39, and her shield would hardly be able to withstand his attack. Chen told the girls to go to a safe place, and he decided to respond to Yunchao with force. Before Yunchao could even blink, the poison engulfed his body and dissolved him in an instant. Kaitian watched their battle and was surprised that Chen not only possessed a divine-level life support class, but also possessed a hidden poison class. He also instructed Guan to call several space masters so that in an emergency they could teleport in and stop the participants. In addition, he ordered that 10 third-level peak beasts be prepared, released one by one into the testing area, and flags be attached to them so that the participants would be forced to fight together. Meanwhile, Beihan, Ying, and Fen surrounded Wu Shuang, but even the 3 of them were unable to do anything against him. The difference in strength was enormous. At this moment, the participants received a notification that Yunchao, registered as number 091, was killed by Cheng. They were also informed that there were 10 third-level peak beasts in the testing area, each carrying 3 flags. Having learned that the flags from these animals could be used to get additional points, and that first place would be worth 100 million, the participants immediately rushed into battle. One of the beasts attacked Cheng but was paralyzed, giving the team a chance to get 3 flags. However, just as Chen was about to attack the beast, Beihan attacked him. He was furious because Chen not only killed Yunchao, but now he also wanted to get the flags. Beihan used the Wind, Heaven, and Earth Dragon Strike, but Chen countered the attack with poison. He didn't hesitate and responded with the attack Poison Mist Dragon. Beihan tried to repel it with the forbidden technique, Immortal Azure Lotus Sword. The energy from his sword began to absorb the poisonous mist as it seemed to him. In fact, it was Chen's trick. He summoned Little One, and it absorbed the enemy's attack. Beihan didn't give up and used the Life Jade Potion, but Chen could break through his shield with the swarm, although it would attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, he asked Sandao to cast an opaque earth shield to cover the battlefield. The girl doubted her powers, but she made up her mind and activated the eternal shield of the earth. She succeeded. Beihan didn't understand why Sandao did this, so Chen decided to explain by asking him if he thought his brother had died. At first, Beihan didn't take him seriously, reminding him of the gap between him and his brother, but it still wouldn't save him from Little One. After these words, the Little One began to attack Beihan's shield, dealing blow after blow. Beihan could only defend himself with sword energy, but even that couldn't save him. His energy was running low, he couldn't counterattack, and the baby had already begun to break through the shield. Guan was confused. He didn't understand what was happening inside the shield, but one thing was clear. Beihan was losing. He ordered Cheng Yuan, a grandmaster with spatial abilities, to check Beihan's spiritual power and teleport him away if necessary. However, Kadian objected, saying that even if Beihan was Yuanshan's grandson, he could be injured or killed. Guang asked if there would be any consequences if Yuanshan found out about his grandson's death, since the information would leak sooner or later. Katian thought about it, but noted that Beihan was a strong master, and he wondered if Chen could kill him, so he limited his observation. Meanwhile, the beast carrying the 3 flags was defeated by Cheng's swarm. Unexpectedly, Katian sent a mental message to Chen, asking him not to overdo it, as Chen Yuan, a spatial-type grandmaster, was approaching. Chen immediately ordered Little One to hide so that no one would know of her existence. One of Chen's minion monsters self-destructed, destroying Beihan's shield, and a powerful explosion immediately followed. At the sight of the explosion, only part of Beihan's arm and the sword previously stolen from the Luo family remained, which had now returned to Sandao. Guang was furious that Cheng Yuan had not managed to save Beihan, but he explained that the poison was so strong that it had even destroyed his mental energy. Kaitian joined the conversation and reminded Guan that he was stuck at the peak of the transition to the 5th awakening because he preferred to seek the favor of the powers that be instead of training. He added that Guang himself understood this, and when he mentioned Yuan Shan and the possible consequences of killing his grandson, he did not even respond, but already began to act. Kadian stated that he was ready to meet even with Yuan Shan if necessary, and also ordered that Beihan's death be announced and that no information be allowed to leak outside the camp. It was soon announced that Beihan's member, registered as 003, had been killed by Cheng, causing quite a shock among all the members. Meanwhile, Katian went to see the chief commander of Jiangnan County named Duan Xinghai. He rushed into him in a hurry, and without saying a word, immediately activated the Forbidden Barrier, which made Xinghai even more interested. Xinghai asked if Katian had found someone so unusual that he had taken such strict precautions, and he replied in the affirmative. Katian asked if poison could destroy a spiritual mental attack, but Xinghai replied that it was extremely difficult, because the essence of the mental spirit was a combination of the essence and soul of the directed thought. At the same time, Xinghai noted that he had never met anyone in his life who could dispel a mental attack with poison, and asked if there really was someone in the camp who was capable of doing this. Kaitian replied that he couldn't confirm it for sure yet, but Xinghai insisted that he tell him the whole truth right now. Then Kaitian asked if it was possible that the poison had its own consciousness, to which Xinghai replied that this was nonsense, because how could poison be intelligent? However, he added that this was possible if it was not poison at all, but something else that was only pretending to be poison. And then Kadian understood everything. This also gave Xinghai some ideas, and he said that he saw a tome in the ancient ruins that mentioned a disaster insect called the 9 Wings of Filth. 9 Wings of Filth is a creature of the abyss. In one of the ancient eras, it became the cause of the destruction of the world, but now it is considered a simple legend. However, Kadian was confident that this was not a myth, and such a creature could exist in the present day. He thanked Xinghai for his help and left, saying that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Kadian was somewhat terrified, as even his divine growth acceleration alone was enough to make him the #1 target. In addition, Chen possessed a forbidden power that could get one's head cut off in the Daxia Empire, and Kadian realized that this was precisely why Gan had entrusted him with keeping an eye on him, or rather, covering for him. This did not give Kaitian any peace, Did it matter that the power was forbidden, because the true sword could both punish and protect? Good and evil could live in one heart. Therefore, he decided to send Hong Yao to the ancient ruins to collect all the information he could about the 9 wings of filth, and then go to Guan to inquire about the progress of the test. Meanwhile, the test was coming to an end. Out of the 9 beasts released, only one remained, and Lei Zi of Wanyao, together with Liu Jiezi of Wudan, teamed up to kill it. The same was true for Ying and Fen, who also teamed up and fought against another beast. However, among the participants, there was one who was able to single-handedly defeat 3 of them at once, Wu Shuang, who seemed to be now heading towards Chen. Chen himself was able to defeat 2 of the beasts, and the last of the remaining ones was released right next to him. However, this did not cause Chen any difficulties. He easily absorbed the monster. At that moment, they noticed a strange glow, as if someone was trying to attack them. Sanado attempted to activate the Eternal Earth Shield, but the enemy's attack easily penetrated it, although it was absorbed by Chen's poison. The attacker turned out to be, of course, none other than Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was amazed that his blow was absorbed by the poison, and noted that he now understood why Chen was called the Poison Demon. His interest in him only increased. However, he did not come just to fight, but to fight, putting his own life on the line. Wu Shuang's strength was monstrous and destructive. It was not for nothing that he was considered gifted. Chen wondered how many levels the little one could raise if she absorbed the blood and flesh of such a fighter. But the little one herself was frightened when she saw such power. The young man realized that he shouldn't count on her, and all he could do was use the beetle's self-destruction. After just one blow from Wu Shuang, Chen looked exhausted, and Wu Shuang asked him if he was already exhausted, since he didn't look like the one who defeated Bei Han. However, Chen had no intention of giving up. On the contrary, he wanted to continue the fight and use the talent of his class to do so. He used plants to create a shield and hide the battle from the cameras, and Wu Shuang wondered if his tactic was to deceive everyone by hiding behind a shield. This time, Kai Tian decided not to just watch, but to act. He ordered a rescue team to be prepared, because the outcome of the battle can only be determined by the level. Chen had 26, and Wu Shuang had as many as 46. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and Chen's next move was to use a swarm of insects. However, even this did not cause any noticeable damage. Wu Shuang easily repelled all attacks. Moreover, he used the technique "mountain peaks rise above mountain peaks" and destroyed several of Chen's beetles. But even in such a situation, Chen did not give up and continued to attack, confident of his victory, which also amazed Wu Shuang. Despite the sudden attacks, Wu Shuang was still able to stand on his feet and counterattack. As a result, he struck too hard. Chen was greatly weakened, while Wu Shuang, even after self-destructing 2 beetles, only lost a little strength. Chen realized that to gain an advantage he would need to destroy dozens, if not hundreds of insects, and he was prepared to do so. He self-destructed 10 beetles and then used growth acceleration to capture Wu Shuang. However, Wu Shuang suddenly declared that their battle was over, and from now on he recognized him as a worthy opponent. Despite only being awakened, he forced him to use 80% of his strength. Chen was at a loss as to whether the words about them putting their lives on the line were just a way to make him fight with all his might. But Wu Shuang did not answer, saying that he was going to take a nap. In doing so, he handed over the right to deal with the last beast to Chen, thereby giving up first place in the test, but only because he was truly tired. However, Chen said he was not one to follow pride. If he saw an advantage, he would definitely take advantage of it. Kai Tian noted that Wu Shuang was truly worthy of being Wu Di's successor, since he did not use force to humiliate the weak, and Cheng Yuan was poisoned again at that time. After Wu Shuang left, the last 10th test beast was sent to Chen, which was noticeably different from the others. Meanwhile, Kai Tian's first disciple and Gan's elder sister Hong Yao, who had passed the 7th awakening, went to the ancient ruins for information. The place turned out to be truly nightmarish, and Yao was sure that no master who had not undergone at least 6 awakenings would come here. After some time and hundreds of killed monsters, Yao finally discovered the ominous tablet. She came closer and activated divine perception, thanks to which she received all the information dedicated to the ancient insects. Thus, she learned that the 9 wings of filth was an ancient catastrophe creature born in the yin-rich lands of the 9 hells, and caused a great disaster in the 4th century, although it is now considered extinct. Its appearance was also described: black and purple coloring, 9 wings, and a deadly poison that can turn into purple smoke, destroying even mental and spatial techniques. Chen, meanwhile, continued to fight the last beast, which only at first glance seemed particularly difficult. In fact, killing him was not difficult for Chen, and he received 3 more flags. Ying and Fen also finished the fight with the beast, but they spent much more energy than Chen. Meanwhile, the end of the test was announced, and all who found the flags were invited to gather in the square, while the rest were warned to leave the camp within 3 minutes, otherwise they would die. However, Chen was in no hurry to return, but ordered the insects to collect and absorb the remaining parts of the animals. Beihan was glad that he could leave the camp, because he intended to immediately tell his grandfather everything so that he could deal with Chen. Meanwhile, Katian asked all the remaining participants to follow him to the forbidden testing area. However, none of the guys knew what kind of zone this was. Was it one of the 8 forbidden territories of the Huaxia Empire? And if so, there could be many valuables there if they managed to survive. Kaidian took out his blade and began to swing it around, thinking about Yao's report. And if Chen really did have the forbidden insect, he needed to prepare in advance. Using his blade, Katian lifted the entire camp area into the air with the skill Blade Flight and headed towards the forbidden area of the Jiangnan Yunmeng wetlands with the participants. Chen asked the girls if they knew about this zone, and Han Qiu said that her grandfather had once mentioned it. Among all the forbidden zones of the Huaxia Empire, this one is considered the weakest, but is known for the fact that space and time are distorted within it, and numerous spatial fragments move chaotically, creating a deadly labyrinth. In addition, time flows differently in these fragments. According to rumors, 100 years ago, one man entered there and came out 2 hours later, although he spent 200 years inside and became a king with the 7th awakening. Chen noted that the risks and opportunities here were completely unpredictable, but Sandao reassured him that they were being led by the King of the Heavenly Blade himself. At this time, Kaidian was thinking about the information he had received from Yao, and he understood that soon the head of the Xiao family would also figure out what was happening, and then rumors of the disaster would spread throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the parents of the participants arrived at the campsite and were surprised to find that Kaijian had indeed moved the entire Tianjiao camp along with the young geniuses. Xinghai was also surprised because just 2 minutes ago, he had received a message from Kaidian, in which he said that he was taking the children to the forbidden area where the next test would take place, and promised to return by the start of the Tianjiao ranking selection. After that, he arrived at the camp, where his parents were already waiting for him, and explained to them that everything was under control because Katian had promised to return on the day the selection began. However, Xinghai was at a loss as to whether Katian had really done all this just for the sake of one youth, and whether it was really worth it. And at that moment he recalled his words, and this made him think of the 9 wings of filth. At the same time, Katian sent a message to Gan, saying that Chen had something forbidden, so for now they needed to lie low, and he himself asked to find allies among the sealed kings. Meanwhile, he also told him that Chen had killed the heir of the Huang family and cut off Beihan's hand. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and a brutal massacre might begin upon returning from the camp. Gan was stunned, but Jin assured him that everything would be fine. She had spoken to her father, and he had promised to support them, and along with him, Kaichen, Yao, her father, and Xinghai would be on their side. Gan admitted that Jin was right, so he didn't have to waste any time either. He decided to meet with the Mu and Luo families to try to win them over to his side, and if words failed, he would use force. Meanwhile, Yao remarked that possessing the 9 wings of filth was probably very cool, and she would also like something like that. But Katian did not share her enthusiasm, and asked her to be more serious. The girl added that the Daxia Empire was the sworn enemy of any forbidden forces, and suggested that Kaidian kill General Zhenyu with 1 blow. But Kaidian again reminded her to be more serious and watch her language. He was amazed at how he managed to recruit such students. Yao, the always noisy troublemaker, Gan, the stubborn and willful, and now Chen, who possessed the forbidden insect. However, the reason he wants to protect Chen is the same as when he took Yao as a disciple. He just liked her red armor, and Gan even mistook him for his grandfather at the entrance to the club. Long ago, when the heir of the Xiao family tried to forcefully marry Jin, Gan intervened and disrupted the wedding, taking the girl away. Then Kaidian was ready to give his life for his disciple. Now it was Chen's turn. At the moment of their first meeting, Kaidian understood that they would find a common language, and then simply agreed to Gan's request to take him as a student and is now obliged to protect him. Yao noticed that although Kaidian seemed cold and hard, he was actually very caring, and asked if there was another way to protect Chen. She mentioned one of the three invincible rulers, the supreme commander of the Daxia army, Wushuang's grandfather, the god of martial arts Jiang Xuanji. At this time, Xuanji was in the Pojin dungeon and was dealing with enemies who were trying to take over the Daxia Empire. At that moment, Wushuang tried to contact him, which made him wary, since he should be in the camp. Instead of Wushuang, Kaitian appeared, immediately declaring that his grandson was fine, and that he himself had come to make a deal. He told about Chen, his characteristics, and the forbidden insect, and asked Xuanji to protect the young man. Xuanji thought this was madness, but he asked Kaitian to voice the conditions. He offered to take Wushuang to Taishu Hall in the Yunmeng Marshes, the location of which no one knew. The Taishu Hall is a legendary treasury of the heavenly Tao, and if Wushuang goes there, his cultivation can advance dramatically. Xuanji realized that this was beneficial and agreed, but on the condition that Chen would not use his disaster in the tournament of successors. Besides, if Chen fails to win the tournament, he will throw him into one of the dungeons himself, because deep down, he doesn't believe that he is worth anything without his insect. In addition, under the current conditions, the insect will not be able to grow to the level of a disaster, which means that without it, Chen will not be able to cope with Wushuang, but if he causes problems, Xuanji will destroy him personally. Meanwhile, the students had already arrived at the forbidden territory, but no one could remember the way, as the fragments of the dimension were constantly moving. The Yunmeng wetlands have 10 layers, the 9th and 10th of which are considered the safest, but the deeper you go, the easier it is to get lost. So Chen decided to focus on spiritual perception. His mind was quiet and calm, but he felt the tree as if led by the wind showing him the way. At that moment, the tree of all things gave birth to a fruit, the functional red fruit, capable of copying abilities which must be used within 3 hours, otherwise it will disappear. After use, Chen will be able to copy one random ability of the target and use it without restrictions, while both its degradation and improvement are possible. Kaitian meanwhile announced that they had reached the 6th layer of the Yunmeng wetlands, a place called the Taishu Kingdom, and that before them was now the Taishu Hall. At this moment, Chen thought about whether he should copy Kaitian's ability, since he always claimed that he only knew one move, and this could be the first lesson. The Taishu Hall is where candidates undergo 3 trials, the first of which is the 1008 steps, each of which increases the chance of receiving a reward from the heavenly Tao. One of the 3 invincible warriors of the Daxia Empire achieved his enlightenment at this stage, and the second test was the Great Taishu Tablet, which he then reached. The third test is located inside the hall itself, but no one has yet managed to get there, so nothing is known about it. Meanwhile, Kaitian announced that the 10 who climbed the highest in the ranks would represent Jiangnan County in the National Pride of Heaven competition. While most of them rushed to take the steps, the more enlightened students got used to the surrounding space. Kaitian was pleasantly surprised that some did not succumb to the herd instinct, but Chen used meditation as a cover to begin copying Kaitian's ability. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen actually began copying, and it turned out that the old man was not lying. He only knew one move. After this, something strange began to happen to the young man, as if he was being transported to another space. A system window immediately appeared, informing him that copying had begun, and at that very moment, Chen found himself in another world with only a sword in his hand. He trained with the sword not for a year, not for 2, not even for 10, but for 40 years. That's how long it took him to master the heavenly blade. If it took Kaitian half his life, then for Chen it took only 1 moment. Apart from the new skill, Chen was able to divide it into 4 styles: Blade Mastery, Earth Sword, Heaven Sword, and Magic Blade. Kaitian began to worry because Wushuang and the others had already started to climb the steps, while Chen, Sandao, and Hankyu were still adapting. At this moment, Yao noticed that the heart of Kaitian's blade suddenly resonated, and the same thing was happening with Chen's blade. Yao asked if it was Gan who had achieved enlightenment, since he had previously tried to prove that the heavenly blade could be divided into 4 directions. However, Kaitian understood that it was not Gan who had made the breakthrough, but Chen. And at that very moment, the young man began to climb the steps. Meanwhile, some of the guys had already climbed more than 200 steps, but Kaitian and Yao were interested in how high Chen could climb. It was not just a climb. The first 100 steps were a test of mental strength through illusions. As soon as Chen stepped onto the first step, he was immediately attacked by an illusion in the form of Yuanshan. Chen tried to resist using insects, but it was useless. Yuanshan's illusion also dealt with the guys who tried to protect Chen. This was only the first step, but it already frightened the young man to the depths of his soul. Kaidian explained that the stages test spirit, fortitude, agility, and strength with the help of illusions, and if the heirs of noble families took strengthening decoctions from childhood, then Chen did not. Since Chen didn't have such an opportunity, he had to rely only on himself and endure excruciating pain. However, he was still able to overcome the illusion, and as soon as he realized that it was a delusion, it disappeared, giving way to the tree of all things. This awakened Chen's inner spirit. He gained courage and began to confidently rise higher, without fear of illusions. For this, he received 5 origin star shards, but to create one such star, 1,000 shards are needed, and it can be used to improve skills. Chen was surprised that the illusions no longer attacked at the second stage. The tree of all things was able to block their influence on his mind. His behavior caused a violent reaction. On the first step he almost cried, and on the second he suddenly stood up and started laughing. Chen heard their conversations and wanted to prove that he was not the weakest, but at the same time he understood that Kaitian and Yao were watching him. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside modesty and, as if nothing had happened, began to quickly overcome one step after another with light steps. All this time he was humming a song, and soon overtook Hankyu and Sandao, reaching the 100th step. Yao was amazed at how easily he managed it, and even doubted. Could it be that the hall had broken down? However, as Chen walked further, he saw that Wu Shuang, Ying, and Shen had stopped at the 299th step, and he couldn't figure out the reason. The thing was that the real test began at the 300th step, and even the heirs of great families found it difficult to pass it. The 3 were surprised when they saw how quickly Chen caught up with them. This motivated Wu Shuang, and he was the first to dare to step onto the 300th step. At this point, he began to wonder if Chen was also a god-ranked person, and that the chains around him were hiding his true strength. When Wu Shuang stepped onto a new level, he was enveloped in a purple aura. Every 300 levels, the difficulty increases sharply, but the rewards also become more impressive. He also noted that the test now evaluates strength of spirit, not willpower, and since Chen is not from a noble family, it is doubly difficult for him. However, Chen himself did not think so, and after Wu Shuang's speech, he also stepped up to a new level, which greatly surprised everyone. For this, he received the origin crystal, which he himself could not use, but wanted to give to his uncle so that he could overcome the third awakening. The little one was happy with Chen's success and wanted him to continue his ascent, because she also wanted to absorb something. However, Chen did not understand what exactly she wanted to absorb, because the Taishu Hall was in front of him, and the little one replied that she wanted to absorb it entirely. Chen was at a loss, but little one immediately dispelled his doubts and forcibly dragged him up the steps. The speed at which the youth began to climb the steps awakened the war god's body within Wu Shuang, and he was unwilling to let Chen pass him by. Fen was also furious. First he was surpassed by Chen, and now by Wu Shuang, who could not cope with his new body for a long time, so he decided not to lag behind. Ying looked at the boys in surprise, wondering if it was really Chen who had such an influence on them. Meanwhile, the guys behind her were glad that Ying wasn't as crazy as the other 3. However, as soon as they said this, Ying immediately turned into a snake and began to climb the steps at great speed. Yao was also surprised. Wu Shuang grew 8 arms, Fen went crazy and became a killing machine, and Ying stopped pretending and started acting seriously. As a result, the first one to reach the top of Taishu Hall was Chen. As soon as he reached the top, he immediately released a swarm of insects that began to devour everything around. Yao was amazed beyond measure. Could it be that the fog that had enveloped the Taishu tablet was the 9 wings of filth? And why did Chen do this? Even greater surprise gripped everyone when the tablet disappeared completely. Kaitian was stunned. Could Chen really have managed to take the tablet, and how did he do it? Wu Shuang admitted defeat, but promised that at the Pride of Heaven competition of the Daxia Empire, he would do everything to get past Chen. Fen pointed out that even if Wu Shuang had given up, they should also stop, and Ying supported him, saying that going higher could damage their foundations. In the end, only Chen managed to climb 1,008 steps. The others only reached the 600 mark, and Kaitian noted that without him, the others would hardly have gone so far. Meanwhile, Baby finished absorbing the tablet and raised her level from 22 to 25. The tablet was made of fellstone, a mystical material from the depths of the fell world, which is why the little one was able to rise several levels. After absorbing the tablet, Chen was recognized as the ruler of Taishu, and from that moment on, he could return to the Taishu kingdom at any time, just by thinking about it, and the doors of the palace would now open only for him. Since there were too many prying eyes around, Chen decided not to go inside for now. However, he was immediately stopped by Keitian and Yao, who said that they wanted to discuss something. Keitian mentioned that the great dreamer Huan Yue, one of the 3 pillars of the Daxia Empire, was only able to observe the tablet and realize its significance, and Chen was somehow able to take it away using the forbidden power. Chen was surprised that Keitian had revealed the essence of the 9 wings of filth, and began to wonder if he had set this all up to kill him. Meanwhile, Keitian asked if Chen really thought that he could hide the true nature of the ability for long, calling the calamity insect a wonderful poison. Chen explained that the tablet and his insect were both from the filth, and perhaps the tablet once belonged to him. However, Keitian reminded him of how the Daxia Empire treated forbidden things, and now the young man only had 2 options. The first is to remain in the Yunmeng marshes forever, becoming an exile, or return to the Empire and fight for his life, because now many will want him dead. Chen realized that Keitian did not want to kill him, but on the contrary, was trying to help, although they hardly knew each other. The young man said that he had already killed, but he had only killed, in his opinion, bad people, and although he owned a forbidden insect, he did not consider it evil. He added that if he was innocent in his own eyes, then why should he run away? And these words made Keitian laugh, who said that this was worthy of a disciple. Keitian also mentioned Gan, which made Chen have even more questions, and Yao declared that she was now his older sister and Gan was his older brother. She told how Gan had once gone to the Zhao family, disrupted the wedding, and stole Jin, which almost caused him to be killed by Yuanshan. And although the teacher told him to go all the way, Gan was afraid for his reputation and retreated. Keitian noted that all of this was in the past, and he didn't care about Yuanshan's vulnerability. As long as there was determination in Chen's heart, he would be there as a mentor. Chen realized that Keitian was the one he wanted to learn from, and he bowed his head and asked to be accepted as a disciple. Meanwhile, a meeting of the 12 kings of Jiangnan was taking place, from which only Keitian and Yao were absent. The commander-in-chief of Jiangnan County was Xinghai, and he immediately declared that he did not intend to argue for long. He said that during the investigation, it was determined that Chen's poisonous fog was the ancient disaster 9 wings of filth, and according to the law, it was subject to destruction. Mu Shunian, Hanqiu's grandfather, pointed out that the filth had caused a great disaster in the past, but perhaps it would be better to keep Chen under observation or take the insect away from him without killing him. Tang Wenchuan, Ying's father, said that he agreed with Hunyuan's opinion, because the laws regarding forbidden things were adopted 5 centuries ago, and then they were objectively weak, but now everything is different. Meanwhile, no one else shared this opinion, stating that they were only saying this because their daughters were interested in the young man. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door of the meeting room, causing quite a noise. It was Yuanshan, who was informed of what Chen had done to his son, and he declared that whoever would cover for the young man would have to deal with his sword. Meanwhile, Gan and the rest of the night guards went to the scene and noticed a team of heavenly punishers mobilized by Yuanshan for an ambush. Gan stated that if it came to a fight, he and Jin would clear the way with swords and asked Fen and Bulan to take care of the night guards if anything happened to them. When the camp began to return back, Yuanshan immediately gave the order to the punishers to get ready. Seeing the punishers, Yao noted that they were the same ones who had been there when Jin was kidnapped and was looking forward to a fight. But Keitian asked her not to start a fight out of nowhere because then they would think that his students were stupid butchers. Yu replied that he himself was barely holding back from getting into a fight, and asked Chen if he agreed. At that moment, Chen was flying in the clouds. He was completing the process of the 3rd reproduction of the swarm, and the current number of insects reached 5 million. Yao brought him to his senses and said that despite the number of people at Yuanshan, there was nothing to be afraid of. She and the teacher were nearby. Chen replied that he was not afraid, but he thought he saw Gan on the mountain and wanted to give him the promised gift first. Neither Keitian nor Yao objected, since they were just passing by anyway. As soon as Chen saw Gan and Jin, he was very happy to meet them again. He handed over the origin crystal to Gan, saying that he had promised to get epic rank equipment, but he had found something more valuable. Besides the gift for Gan, he also brought others: a scarf for Jin, a bow for Fen, a gold-ranked dark weapon for Bulan, and a platinum-ranked set for Xiaoke. Meanwhile, Yuanshan was eagerly awaiting Chen's arrival, and ordered the punishers to prepare to fire, not caring about the 100 other heirs on the island. Xinghai asked Keitian to hand Chen over to them, saying that he and Yuanshan were too important to Jiangnan, and it would be better to sacrifice the youth. However, Katian claimed that he lived his life without a single regret, and furthermore, he brought back 150 heirs from the forbidden area, strengthening them several times. This made Yuanshan even more angry, and he ordered everyone to be quiet and focus on handing over Chen. He reminded that Chen possessed a forbidden insect and must die according to the law, and protecting it was a direct violation of the law. Katian realized that he would have to show his strength, and before doing so, he asked Yao to hold off the flight of the camp. Chen, meanwhile, headed back to the camp island and sealed the night guards inside the barrier. At the same time, Katian took out his blade, causing even more excitement. Katian, who only knew one sword move, was not afraid to fight Yuanshan, an eighth awakening master who possessed dozens of water techniques, but their fight was stopped by Xinghai. Xinghai ordered a halt, because if they fought, they would destroy not only the camp, but also the Jiangnan military base, putting the children at risk. However, Beihan interrupted him, proposing to settle the matter with a duel to the death, he against Chen, one-on-one. Beihan said that Chen had previously taken his arm, but today he would repay the debt by taking his life. Xinghai admitted that he preferred such a fight, but noted that Beihan had an ulterior motive. The condition of the fight was that Chen could not use his insect. Katian countered that even if the law was on their side, that didn't give them the right to do whatever they wanted. The old man was about to enter the battle, but Chen stopped him, reminding him of his own words that his disciples were not stupid butchers. Chen said that if they wanted him not to use the little one, then he agreed. He had a backup plan. He asked Katian to teach him the heaven-splitting technique right now, but the teacher thought it was a joke. After all, even Yao needed 10 years. This made Beihan laugh too, and he said that he would not wait 10 years for this. However, Chen replied that he only needed 5 minutes. This made Katian even more angry, because the technique is extremely complex and cannot be mastered in 5 minutes. But Chen did not back down, and with sincere confidence in his eyes, asked to be taught. As soon as Chen took the heavenly blade, it immediately responded, which greatly surprised Katian. Meanwhile, Xinghai created the life and death arena, so that, given the mortal duel, no one could interfere with the fight. Beihan reminded Chen that everyone was waiting only for him, and advised him to hurry up with his training. Gan, meanwhile, was furious, trying to break the barrier and shouting at Chen not to fight Beihan. Katian began teaching Chen the technique of splitting the sky, which required the young man to break through barriers, transcend the boundaries of life and death, understand his true self, and act without regret. After that, he demonstrated the power of the blow by directing it towards Yuanshan. Yuanshan was surprised that Katian dared to strike at him and instantly activated all of his defenses. However, Katian's strike was not aimed at Yuanshan, but at the black dragon from the bottom of the Yangtze River, which was hiding not far from the camp. No one except Katian noticed his presence, and he assumed that the dragon had come for the filth. Katian did not hide his joy because he was able to demonstrate a powerful blow in front of his new student. Chen decided not to lag behind and suddenly took the sword from Gan, which greatly surprised him. The teacher asked if Chen did not want to use his sword, but he assured him that everything would become clear soon. Chen then rushed into battle, asking the teacher to simply observe, and promised that he would handle the technique no worse than him. Yao wanted to stop Chen, but she couldn't move due to the life and death arena, and asked why Xuanzi hadn't intervened yet. Katian explained to her that Xuanzi had already arrived, but was hiding in the inside out. Yu thought that it was because of him that she couldn't move, and she began to be bothered by the unflattering words she had said about him earlier. Katian noted that Xuanzi was thinking big and would not allow chaos in Jiangnan province, but Yao did not understand why he was willing to sacrifice Chen for the sake of order. The teacher didn't understand the reason for Yao's panic because he had just taught Chen the technique of the heaven-cutting sword, which caused the girl even more surprise. Beihan was also surprised that Chen would actually decide to mock him even in such a situation. Chen's arrogance angered him, and he was eagerly waiting for the moment to attack. Fen asked Wushuang who he thought would win, and he replied that if Chen had the opportunity to use the impurity, he would definitely win. But the rules forbid using an insect, so the guys bet on the death of a young man. Beihan had restored his martial heart and become stronger, and his sword, the Moon Soul, was an artifact ranked 20th in strength in the Daxia Empire. Despite this, Beihan showed mercy and allowed Chen to attack first. Chen did not refuse and attacked using the heaven-splitting sword, the Blade of Humanity. The blow was so strong that some spectators could not watch it due to insufficient tempering of the soul. This attack was indeed powerful, but it only affected the soul and consciousness. Beihan was not impressed, and responded with the Star and Moon Strike. Chen's first move was called the Blade of Humanity, but it wasn't the only one in his arsenal. Chen then used Earthblade and not only repelled Beihan's attack, but also dealt him serious damage. The arena began to crumble under the onslaught of their forces and had to be reinforced with ice. Beihan tried to block the attack with the forbidden spell, Invincible Witchcraft, but the sword wouldn't obey. He then used the divine weapon Moon Soul and the technique Blade Return to Origins, blade destroying glitter, releasing dozens of blades towards Chen. Xinghai was confused because the fight was so powerful that even 3 masters could not contain the arena. Beihan celebrated his victory in advance and claimed that without the insect, Chen was worthless. However, his overconfidence only angered Chen, who was ready to show his true strength. Chen used the heaven-splitting sword and countered Beihan's attack with the Karma Strike. There was a powerful explosion, and it seemed as if the arena was about to collapse. Gan was stunned. He felt like he was dreaming and seeing Chen using the blades of humanity, earth, and even heaven. Katian noted that although Chen did not yet have enough energy to fully use the technique, he learned it in just 5 minutes. It was impossible not to recognize such strength and talent, so it was decided not to touch the young man for now. Ji Lingqiu, the invincible sword god, remarked that if Xuanzi did not intervene, everyone would have to deal with Yuanshan. Yuanshan was furious, as he had witnessed another grandson die before his eyes, and he demanded that Xuanzi remove the pressure of his aura. Xuanzi replied that Yuanshan was old enough to understand the rules of the game. Once you participate, you must be prepared for the consequences. Suddenly, Chen rushed to attack Yuanshan, declaring that he had mastered the 4th strike of the technique and was ready to show it right now. Kaidian tried to stop him and ordered him not to point the sword at Yuanshan, but he didn't even listen to him. Xuanzi and Lingqiu were also not delighted, noting that the young man's decision was total stupidity. Yuanshan did not ignore the young man's impudence and recklessness and responded in kind. Chen used the Great Path Sword that brings justice, destroying evil, and was able to repel the enemy's attack. This caused a violent reaction from everyone. No one could believe that Chen was so strong as to deliver such blows. Yuanshan was furious, noting that even Katian did not dare to disturb him, but Chen dared to challenge him. He also asked the boy if he thought he could defeat him with such a minor attack. But something strange soon happened. Chen didn't originally plan to defeat him with 1 blow, but rather to gain the filth to win. From the very beginning, the swarm of the swarm was hidden behind the blade's shine, because the ban on using the insect was only in effect during the battle with Beihan. After this, Chen sent more than 100,000 insects to Yuanshan and self-destructed them. However, Yuanshan could not be defeated with 1 explosion, and he continued to stand firmly on his feet. Chen then used more insects, several times in a row. The area around the battlefield was becoming extremely dangerous, so Xinghai ordered everyone to retreat further away. Yuanshan was furious and realized that the young man would have to be destroyed or he would become a disaster. After that, Yuanshan used the water curse Blood Explosion, a forbidden spell. Following this, the blood in Chen's body became controlled by Yuanshan, and the youth could no longer fight. Yuanshan didn't stop at just using Blood Explosion and used it again. With each use, the technique took away more and more blood, and Chen's condition worsened. Gan tried to break through the barrier to save Chen, but to no avail. Yao and Kaitian, as well as Hankyu and Sandao, rushed to his aid. However, the latter were stopped by their parents, who said that they would not help in any way. At the same time, they begged their father and grandfather to help Chen. Unfortunately, even they were powerless, because under the influence of the blood explosion, a person is considered dead. However, Kaitian and Yao decided to try to save the young man and prepared to attack Yuanshan. They attacked him at the same time, demanding that he release Chen and cancel the blood technique. However, even their combined attacks were unable to break through Yuanshan's water shield. Chen's condition worsened and he gradually lost his mind. Yuanshan had no plans to stop and decided to finish what he started using the blood explosion detonation technique. The boy's body began to consume itself from the inside, creating enormous pressure. As a result, the flesh couldn't withstand it, and Chen's body exploded. Right before everyone's eyes, the talented Chen, who was predicted to have a great, albeit difficult future, died a cruel death. While the others were horrified and could not believe what had happened, Yuanshan celebrated the victory and laughed with joy. But Kaitian and Yao did not share his joy and immediately attacked, even if it was their last battle. Suddenly someone shouted at them to stop and they were unable to move. A poisonous mist appeared behind Yuanshan, declaring that he wanted to change the rules. Only he and Yuanshan would fight. That someone turned out to be Chen, who survived even after such a demonstrative death. Everyone was amazed that the young man was able to survive, and he asked if they really thought Yuanshan would kill him so easily. Yuanshan was confused and couldn't believe his eyes, because he definitely saw his death. Bulan noted that Chen smelled of death. It must have been the work of the Reaper's Decree, an artifact from the secret realm. Chen prepared for a new attack on Yuanshan and released the entire swarm of filth, promising that the attacks would be different from now on. Lingqiu noted that the number of insects in this swarm was absurdly large, and Zhuanzi was amazed that the youth was able to grow such a swarm only by awakening the queen. Zhuanzi admitted that he had underestimated Chen and was willing to acknowledge his strength. Chen directed the entire swarm at Yuanshan, declaring that he was willing to sacrifice all the insects for his death. Yuanshan couldn't move, and the only one who could do it was the martial arts god Xuanzi, who himself didn't understand why he was doing it. At this time, the swarm attacked Yuanshan, and powerful explosions were heard one after another at the site of the collision. The reason why Xuanzi decided to help Chen was simple. If you owe 1,000,000 and don't pay, you will be killed. If you owe 100 million, you will be respected. But if you owe 1,000,000,000 or more, you will be revered as an ancestor. The same is true for Chen. In the Daxia Empire, no one will tolerate the owner of a forbidden insect. Such a person will be killed immediately. But if he gains great power, the empire will simply keep an eye on him, only restricting him. Meanwhile, Yuanshan did not give up and tried to resist Chen's swarm, declaring that he still had something to surprise with. The old man cast aside his face and used all his might, managing to break free from Xuanji's technique and immediately attacked Chen. However, this time even Lingqiu, who had previously said that he only came to watch the show, intervened. Lingqiu declared that it was already over for Yuanshan, and if he dared to move even one step, he would immediately cut off his head. After that, Chen once again used the filth insect self-destruction technique against Yuanshan. Yuanshan was disappointed and reminded that he had risked his life for the country. He had destroyed monsters, suppressed rebellions, killed the followers of the ancient god, and, on top of all that, he was one of the pillars on which Daxia rested. He couldn't believe that the young man was ready to kill him right now, but Chen didn't even think about stopping. Yuanshan began to beg for mercy, admitting his guilt and promising to compensate for everything, stating that the entire Xiao family was ready to give Chen anything for the sake of his life. He also pleaded with Xuanji for salvation, promising to serve on the front lines in the dungeons if needed. Xuanji no longer stood aside and reminded that Yuanshan, as a major general of Jiangnan province, had unleashed large-scale corruption and abused power. Taking into account his recognition and merits, Xuanji announced that he would confiscate all his property. In addition, a curse will be placed on him, and he himself will be sent to the front lines in the dungeon, where he will spend the rest of his life. Yuanshan had no choice but to accept this, after which Xuanji placed a curse on him that if he tried to escape, he would explode and die. At this time, Xuanji asked Chen if he was satisfied with the decision he had made, but the young man was more surprised by how he instantly appeared behind him. However, Chen replied that he was pleased and fully agreed with the decision, and Xuanji noted his exceptional talent and wished him good luck. However, not everything was so good. The poison that Chen had previously released was still spreading and could poison the land. Xuanji didn't see a problem with this. He snapped his fingers and instantly cleared out all the poison. After this, he called on everyone to remember. Those who serve Daxia are friends of the country, and those who go against it are its enemies, and Yuanshan is a clear example of this. He wanted to say a few words about Chen, but Hunyan interrupted him, assuring everyone that the young man would not harm anyone, and he himself was ready to vouch for him. Tang Wanchuan also expressed his willingness to vouch for the youth on behalf of the Tang clan, and the Jiangnan army and the martial arts organization joined him. Sandao noticed that everyone was literally fighting for the young man, and asked her father to also offer something, and he could not refuse his daughter. Yao was amazed that first the god of martial arts himself stood up for Chen, and then Elder Mu and other masters. Kaidian noted that Chen most likely foresaw this outcome, and therefore specifically attacked Yuanshan, since everyone present knew about the dark deeds of the Xiao family. Yao added that the young man was truly brave. Not only did he attack Yuanshan, but he also revealed his secret about the insect disaster, and it was the right decision. Kaidian and Yao were right. This was exactly the outcome Chen was looking for, because if he was going to go out into the world, he was going to do it in a big way. Xuanji said that he supported the young man, but his insect should serve solely for the benefit of Daxia. In addition, the Daxia Empire's grand celebration will be held in 10 days, and he wants to announce a small reward in the Pride of Heaven tournament. The winner will receive everything they need to develop. However, Chen was forbidden from using his insect in the tournament, and the young man couldn't understand whether it was because of the participation of Xuanji's grandson, Wu Shuang. Chen didn't understand Xuanji's motives, and this worried him, but he didn't consider it a disaster. He could get a new related insect for completing quests. Meanwhile, Xuanji wanted to personally see Chen's potential without using the filth, and before leaving, he decided to do one more thing. He opened a portal from which the famous Huan Yue appeared, who at first glance did not at all resemble one of the strongest warriors of Daxia. The girl was unhappy that she was called so suddenly, especially since there were already plenty of martial arts masters around. However, Xuanji explained that all she had to do was erase the memories of the filth from everyone below the rank of king, and then she could rest for a whole year. At first, she agreed without objection, but when she saw Gan, she said that he was too much trouble and that someone else should take care of him. Xuanji replied that she could then erase the memories of the others, and he would think of something about Gan himself, after which the girl used her memory replacement technique. After this, everyone who fell under the influence of her magic began to feel as if they were Zhuangzi, dreaming that he had become a butterfly, and vice versa, after which they fell into a short sleep. Yao didn't understand why all this was necessary, and Keitian explained that this was to protect Chen and the country since no one else should know about the appearance of the filth. In addition to the well-known 8 forbidden zones, there are also much more terrible places. First of all, 3 great caves from the black darkness of which the hungry eyes of monsters look at them. Secondly, it was a vile stain on the body of a great country, the Church of the Ancient God, which they were never able to completely destroy, and that was why Yao did not understand why they had to seal Chen's memory. Huan Yue explained that this was not a seal, but a soul enhancement that would protect him from magic at a distance, such as a powerful curse, since his soul foundation was still weak. However, in reality, her ability had no effect on him, and all this time Chen had simply pretended to be asleep. This really made her angry, and she even wanted to hit the boy or do something else to him. At this moment, Chen felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy that put everyone around him to sleep, but the Tree of All Things reflected it, and he decided to continue pretending. Meanwhile, the baby did not stop crying, remembering the loss of the swarm, because after the battle with Yuanshan, not a single insect survived. However, her mood immediately changed when she realized that she had reached level 30 and would soon be able to give birth to new insects. Suddenly, the girl approached Chen and demanded that he wake up, since she had already guessed that he was not sleeping. Chen was startled when she came so close, and without realizing it, he called her sister. After that, all her anger disappeared, and Zhuangzi was surprised that she was acting like a child despite being over 800 years old. She then said that she acknowledged Chen and would look forward to his future success. She also noted that his soul was stronger than it seemed, and therefore no strengthening was required. And before leaving, she gave him a ring that protected him from all spiritual attacks and attempts to reveal his abilities. After this, the girl said that she was going to sleep again and asked Chen to visit her in his dreams. Chen was surprised that just by calling her sister, he became her little brother, and Yao wondered if it would work for her too. Zhuangzi reminded Chen that the tournament would begin in 10 days, and if he won without the insect, he would prove himself worthy of the Empire's attention. Meanwhile, Chen had already been tried to marry off 3 girls, Ying, Hankyu, and Sandao, which left him confused. Yao asked Keitian if there was a chance for her to marry Chen, but he replied that there was no chance since she was old enough to be his grandmother. With the camp and all the excitement over, Chen was finally able to relax and focus on the swarm's reproduction and the class's second awakening. He activated growth acceleration, and soon his swarm should have increased by 5,000 insects. He then proceeded to the second awakening, which required clearing the sky tower, defeating the 50th floor boss and mastering his sword. Chen decided to sell a lot of equipment worth several billions to buy monster blood, speed up the swarm's reproduction, and head to the magic city in the morning. At the same time, the Tree of All Things dropped another fruit, the Eye of the Void, which allows one to see the hidden, collect information, note skills, and ignore disguise. The skill works within a radius of 10 kilometers and consumes mental energy, so Chen decided not to hesitate and immediately chose the first target. At that moment, Ying passed by. He learned that the girl was angry about the engagement that her grandfather had arranged without her knowledge and also did not know how to get closer to her goal. But what surprised him most was that she was going to write him a letter. Chen was scared and decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything and get a good night's sleep so he could be in shape for the tower tomorrow. The next day, Chen arrived at the magic city, namely the Heavenly Tower. On the record board up to the 40th floor, There was only one name listed, Ji Xuanyue, and her speed of passing was astonishing. Xuanyue was the second most powerful genius in the Daxia Empire, even stronger than Wushuang, and Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that she was also in the tower. It was Chen's turn to enter the Sky Tower, and he was ready to show his best performance. The peculiarity of the tower was that from the first floor the strength of the monsters was adjusted to the level of the participant. Using the Eye of the Void, Chen found out that his opponents were level 40 fallen elves with over 700,000 HP, the skills Elven Arrow, Illusion, and Poison Cloud, and their power was 42 stars. So, he understood why even Xuanyu could only go up to the 40th floor, but for him, these monsters were not a problem, but just food for the swarm. The first place among the young masters of the Daxia Empire was occupied by a certain Ying Zhan. He was actually so strong that he could defeat both Wushuang and Xuanyue at the same time without much effort. However, one day everything changed when he was informed about Kaidian's new disciple, Chen, a divine-level spiritual cultivation master. Jan thought that they were making fun of him because what did he care about a master with a creative class? But then he was told that the young man killed Beihan and survived the battle with his grandfather. Hearing this, Zhan became seriously interested in Chen and even wanted to meet him in person. In addition, he learned about the forbidden insect and Kadian's techniques, which made him even more interested. However, he was disappointed that the young man was forbidden from using filth during the tournament, as it would have made the competition much more interesting. At the same time, Xuanyue was training hard. Her specialty was long-range attack, archery. In addition to long-range combat, she also paid attention to close combat. So many believed that she was preparing to defeat Wushuang. Meanwhile, the supreme commander of the demon capital's combat zone, Ji Hunyan, came to see his daughter's progress. Xuanyu was happy to meet her father and boasted that she had made some progress in her training today. However, her father did not understand why she had to torture herself like that, since it was better to live a quiet life. Although he himself had tortured himself with training in the same way in his youth, and it had borne fruit. In between, he brought her a report on the strongest young talents and asked her to pay attention to Chen. The girl was surprised when she first heard about him, and wondered if he could really be stronger than even Zhang. Hunyan noted that the young man had indeed made a stir, as even Xuanyu's great-great-grandfather Lingqiu had sent a message asking her to be especially attentive to him. After that, Xuanyu decided to head to the Sky Tower, believing that if she could clear the 50th floor, her chances of winning would increase significantly. At that moment, she was informed that Chen had broken her record for completing the first 10 floors. She had completed it in 1 minute and 12 seconds, and she thought that he had beaten her by 1 or 2 seconds. However, she was stunned to learn that Chen completed the task in just 37 seconds. Moreover, at the same moment, he broke her record for conquering the 20th floor. This made Xuanyu angry, and she was looking forward to going to the tower again. The rewards for completing the tower did not surprise Chen, but the most interesting was a fragment of the treasure map of the god Julu. By collecting 16 of them, you can unlock a secret kingdom. Meanwhile, the news that Chen had broken Xuanyu's record spread throughout the world. But since many idolized Xuanyu and sought to earn her attention, Chen's appearance only caused a wave of hatred towards him. And while Chen continued to set records, Sandao and Hangqiu decided to team up to protect his reputation online. Meanwhile, Xuanyu had already arrived at the tower and was planning to regain her position as the master who had undergone the Second Awakening. She stated that the last time she passed the tower was right after the Second Awakening, so she was much weaker then than now. Now she wanted to show the best version of herself. By gathering better equipment and preparing thoroughly, she was going to regain her position in the rankings. But even despite her loud statements, she was unable to beat Chen's record. Xuanyue cleared 10 floors in only 59 seconds. She decided that it was because of Chen's class, since there were a lot of low-level monsters on the first floors, and as a marksman, she was at a disadvantage compared to close combat, so she decided to move straight to the 40th floor. However, even after moving to the 40th floor, Xuanyu was unable to show anything outstanding. However, she set a personal best for conquering the 50th floor, 5 minutes and 29 seconds, which is twice as long as her time clearing the 40th floor. And while Xuanyu was sweating her way through the 50 floors, Chen was thinking about how he would soon have a second swarm mother. As soon as Xuanyu returned from the tower, she expected everyone to applaud her. However, no one was in a hurry to congratulate her. On the contrary, everyone's faces were quite gloomy. The reason was that Chen cleared the 50th floor in just 4 minutes and 7 seconds, beating the princess by a full minute. Xuan was furious and wanted to defeat him at any cost, even if she turned into a pancake, so she used a strengthening pill that burned away some of his life force. At this time, Chen was expecting a reward for the 50th floor, but was disappointed. Between the epic armor and the boss's sword, he got armor. Meanwhile, Xuan Yu set a new record for clearing the 50th floor, finishing it in just 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And while Xuan Yu fought as if her life depended on it, for Chen, the 50th floor was no problem at all. Meanwhile, the little one was in no hurry to absorb the monster. But Chen asked her to hurry, because the faster she did it, the sooner he would open a new swarm mother, which disappointed her a little. She was afraid that Chen would pay less attention to her, but he assured her that it would be easier for her, and this pleased the Queen of Filth. At the same time, Hua Yunfei, the second young genius of Magic City and Xuan Yu's main suitor, was beaming with joy, declaring what a loser Chen was for not being able to beat the princess's record. However, his joy was instantly dashed when it was announced that Chen had set a new record for climbing the 50th floor in just 2 minutes and 58 seconds. However, Xuan Yu was not going to give up and decided to use another pill to break the record. However, despite dozens of attempts, she failed. Chen was faster every time. Xuan Yu was crying with anger, and at that moment her father Hongning arrived at the tower. He was angry that Chen had made his beloved daughter cry, and he intended to teach the young man a lesson as soon as he left the tower. At this time, Chen had already finished collecting all the fragments of the treasure map. In addition to the need to pass floors multiple times, it was necessary to fit into the minimum time allotted for clearing the awakened class depending on its rank. Despite this, the young man managed to collect the card of the Divine Emperor Julu, and from its description he learned that the Julu clan was one of the most powerful families of antiquity, ranking 53rd on the list of the strongest. The map allows you to get his weapon, Sword of the Tiger Soul, and there are 12 such maps. Each leads to a clan relic, and activating the map opens access to a hidden location without restrictions on the number of those who entered and their level. After receiving the sword, Chen finally awakened for the second time, gained 100 stat points, and the Tree of All Things improved, opening access to a new fruit, the Fruit of Possibilities. In addition, the young man now has access to the ability to summon a random insect lord. So Chen acquired another insect disaster, the indestructible crimson rhinoceros beetle. This creature resided in the eternal hell, feeding on the emotions of resentment, rebellion, disobedience, and the remnants of the will of divine beings and archdemons, and was thought to be extinct since the eternal hell was destroyed during an ancient catastrophe. Its first feature was asexual reproduction. Every 10 levels, the royal can reproduce from 48 to 108 new bugs, and the second feature allowed the bearer to gain a random skill after each evolution. Evolution is possible every 30 levels, so Chen immediately used the skill Divine Evolution. The new insect turned out to be much calmer than Little One, so Chen named it Jia. Now Chen had another powerful insect, Xiaojia, who possessed outstanding talents and the main skill, Hell Furnace, which allowed him to absorb and process all types of life essence, energy, and more. The skill Hell Furnace was especially impressive. If Little One could only absorb physical objects, then Jia is able to absorb even the intangible. Jia noted that if Chen helped him complete the first cycle of evolution, he would soon be able to take away one of his abilities. This would require only 10 drops of divine and demonic blood. However, Chen suggested that they first go to the swarm's nest and meet his older sister, and he would get the blood after leaving the tower. At this time, Xinghai was in a hurry to get into the tower, because despite his apparent carelessness, Hongning was ready to kill anyone for the sake of his daughter. Hearing this, Kaitian also became alarmed, put aside his tea, and hurried to the portal leading to the Magic City. By this time, Chen had already left the tower, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see what would happen next. Hongning started by treating Chen rudely, and even when Xuan Yu asked if he was overdoing it, her father replied that everything was under control. At this moment, Kaitian and Xinghai arrived at the tower, grabbed the young man, and declared that they had to leave immediately. However, it was too late. Hongning lost his temper, suddenly attacked Chen and the masters standing nearby, demanding compensation for his city, 3 dungeons. Xinghai rebuffed the attack, replying that he would respond in kind to such impudence, and suggested looking at the rankings of young talents, since now it looked like Hongning would have to give up territory. In the end, they managed to escape, but Hongning was not going to forgive everything. He wanted Chen to beg for forgiveness on his knees, and then work off his guilt in their family day and night. Her father's harsh reaction made Xuan Yu blush, and she asked him to forget about the incident and return home quickly. However, a surprise awaited them at home. Since Chen needed blood for the younger Jia, he turned to Katian for help, and so they ended up at the Ji family's home. Despite what happened in the tower, Hongning agreed to listen to their request, although only because he could not compete with Katian. In exchange for 10 drops of divine and demonic blood, they offered the dragon Abyss, but Hongning replied that this was an unequal exchange and would only agree if Chen entered their family and married Zhuan Xinghai was unhappy with this condition and threatened Hongning that he would tell the Mu and Luo families about this, because they also wanted to marry their daughters to Chen, and the young man himself was surprised. Was he really being forced to marry again? Kaitian asked Hongning to watch his words, but he did not relent and said that even if Chen did not want to join their clan now, then becoming a father-in-law and son-in-law first was also a good option. Zhuan categorically denied her father's words, saying that she had no intention of getting married, but Hongning insisted, claiming that it was fashionable for young people now to get married first and then fall in love. However, this only made the girl even more angry, and not wanting to listen to all this anymore, she left. He offered Chen to stay as their guest so that they could get to know each other better, and the young man did not object, deciding to take advantage of this to obtain the necessary blood. After all, Xuanyue didn't like him anyway, and it wasn't difficult for him to sit out a couple of days as a guest, especially since the reward was worth it. Thus he managed to obtain the precious blood, 1 vial of which is capable of promoting a master to the rank of a king, but the price is high. Over time, the body begins to disintegrate. However, when he summoned Jia, he was a little puzzled to see that he looked gloomy. The reason for this was that little one didn't like him, and now she wants to expel him from the hive. Chen asked if they would fight for a place in the hive since he had no chance, but Jia replied that he did not fight with females. Meanwhile, Chen showed him what Jia so passionately desired, vials of divine and demonic blood. As soon as Jia tasted the blood, he immediately entered the next stage of evolution, and the process of skill extraction immediately began. Now Chen could obtain a new skill, and although he wanted the Hell Furnace, he instead acquired the divine, overwhelming, indestructible body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle. This skill changed the body type. After use, the human body consisted of 840 billion cells, each of which had the invincibility of a Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle. The physical strength this skill gave was unimaginable, allowing Chen to raise 2 more generations of Jia Swarm and fight on equal terms with Wushuang in close combat. Moreover, Jia could merge with his body, strengthening it, but at the same time he needed food, such as meat. Meanwhile, the cult of the ancient god in Jiangnan province was also not idle. They heard rumors about Chen, his talent and success, as well as the conflict with Yuanshan, although most of the information was carefully hidden. In an attempt to learn more, they sent agents, but they were quickly eliminated, and then the cult decided to stop trying. Instead, they decided to focus their efforts on eliminating the 4 leaders of the Daxia Empire's rankings, believing that they had been idle for too long after Lingqiu had killed the lords of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th thrones. The cult worshipped an ancient god, the Spider Empress, who they believed had not abandoned them but had become a symbol of hope. Her supporters tried to persuade her to an alliance, assuring her that they would always be on her side, but she did not trust people. They claimed that their souls belonged to the ancient god and called themselves apostles. However, even with such words, the Empress did not take them seriously. Their main trump card was their offer to help free her brothers by causing a wave of monsters in Chujiang during the Pride of Heaven tournament. They wanted to use the emanations from the murders to summon the ancient god, and this finally caught the interest of the Spider Empress. The next day, the Ji family's house was noisy. Xuanyu had been breaking into Chen's room since early morning. Chen thought she wanted to ask him out on a date, but he was wrong. In fact, Xuanyu came because her father had something planned and asked Chen to come to him. Meanwhile, Hongning was at the Ji family's training ground, and as befits the king of lazy people, he was sunbathing on a lounge chair in the morning. He called the young man to introduce him to 2 masters, the best in the Magic City, with whom he would face in the tournament. He also introduced Yunfei, the only one among them with the hidden class god pursuer of heroic spirit, and wanted to tell him about his ability, but Xuanyue interrupted him. Chen realized that Hongning truly treated him like a family member, although he himself did not know that the youth possessed the Eye of Emptiness and could see everything for himself. Hongning reminded that there were 8 days left until the tournament, and suggested that they strengthen themselves during this time. For this, he decided to open the divine treasury of the 9th Li. Yunfei and Xuanyue were surprised by Hongning's abrupt decision, and Chen realized that he simply wanted to lure him into the clan. The treasure was inside the 10,000-foot-long body of a dead ancient god, and their job was to explore it. Even though 80% of the body had already been explored, the area closer to the head was still dangerous. On the way, Yunfei asked Hongning why he allowed Chen to go with them, considering him a stranger, but he replied that today he was an outsider, but tomorrow he could become a member of the family. Hongning also asked Chen to keep an eye on Xuan Yu after entering, which made Chen surprised and Yunfei and Xuan Yu furious. The entrance was carefully guarded from outsiders and enemies. Hongning introduced himself as the patriarch of the Ji clan, explained that he had the younger generation with him, and asked for permission to enter. As soon as the elder gave permission, the door opened and a huge amount of energy burst into the air. Hunning explained that this emission was an echo of the ocean of the soul of an ancient god, and reminded that 20% of the body had not yet been explored, so it was worth sticking to safe routes. They were given teleportation flags that could be used at any time, and the group went to examine the body. Xuan Yu said that they are located at the bottom of the leg of the corpse of an ancient god, and are walking along the remains of one of its meridians, tens of meters wide. This place was still safe, only occasionally bloody monsters appeared, for killing which not only valuable experience was given, but the body also became stronger. Suddenly, one of these monsters appeared, level 35, with the skills Blood Mist Realm, Blood Explosion, and Blood Steely. Before this, Chen released Jia, but he flew away somewhere instead of fighting the monster, and at the same time, Yunfei rushed into battle. He easily defeated the monster and took the opportunity to brag to Chen, saying that he could destroy more than a dozen of them. Yunfei also hoped to attract Xuan Yu's attention in this way, but she was surprised at how much time one monster took up. Meanwhile, they were approaching the area where the ancient god's heart was located, and where the monsters were already tens of times more. Xuan Yu also said that he had as many as 3 hearts. But then Jia contacted Chen and said that Xuan Yu was wrong. There were 4 hearts in this monster's body, and as long as at least one remained intact, he could be resurrected, and the last one had just survived. Chen ordered Jia to return immediately, but he had no intention of leaving, but instead wanted to swallow the heart. Realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, Chen told the boys to stop and not go any further. Yunfei didn't listen to him and asked if he was afraid to go forward just because of a group of bloody monsters. However, Chen didn't respond and simply slapped him in the face. No one understood why he did this, and Yunfei meanwhile became furious and was about to start a fight. His intentions were serious, and he even used his true power. At this moment, Jia returned to Chen, and Yunfei's attack came at just the right time, allowing him to test the indestructible body. Thanks to this, Chen blocked the blow and suddenly counterattacked, taking advantage of the moment when Yunfei let his guard down. Xuanyue was furious that Chen suddenly attacked Yunfei and created a disturbance, demanding an explanation. She asked if he was scared and beat Yunfei to force them to leave the place, but Chen only said that they had better help Yunfei before his condition worsened. After that, the guys agreed with him and tried to use the flags for teleportation, but they did not work. Chen was confused. Did Jia's presence awaken the ancient god and seal them inside his body? Katian once told Chen that beyond the 9 awakenings was the realm of the true gods, which meant that their enemy was already above the 10th level. This caused Chen to panic, but he tried to pull himself together and thought that perhaps the ancient god had only sealed the space and had not attacked. This in turn meant that he did not yet have full control of his powers, and Chen might try to kill him before he awakened. Chen and Jia rushed towards the 4th heart without saying anything to the others, but they decided not to lag behind and ran after them. However, they soon encountered new bloody monsters, but already level 70 and even 120, which meant that 150 level ones would soon appear. Chen realized that the situation was critical, called Little One, and ordered it to absorb the monsters, and the rest to cover the rear. At this time, he himself tried to get through to the heart, but he could not, because the body was quickly recovering. Even so, Chen did not give up and continued trying because there was no other way out. As a result, using the indestructible body, he still managed to break through the ancient god's body. He crawled inside and ordered the others to stay put and fight off the monsters. Xuanyu, meanwhile, gave orders to take up positions and hold the flanks. There were too many monsters, but even so, the guys did not give up, because their survival depended only on themselves. At this time, the elder informed Hongning that contact with the children had been lost due to a strong energy fluctuation that had not been observed before. He added that the ancient god's body itself remains in their dimension, and they still control the entrance in the leg area. It took the Ji family hundreds of years to open even one passage inside the body, and they will not be able to create a new one from the outside. Meanwhile, Chen continued to fight the monsters, trying to protect both himself and the others. He and Jia headed towards the fourth heart to destroy it and weaken the ancient god's influence. All this time, Chen was being watched by the ancient god himself, named Xuan Shu, and with him, the wild dragon, who was surprised that someone had found the last heart that he had hidden before the new era. Shu noted that the young man did not look like an ordinary person because the insect 9 wings of filth lived inside him, but he replied that they had sealed the space, which meant he was already considered dead. However, Shu added that more and more magic was coming from Chen, and if he reached the heart, he would have to create even more blood monsters. Besides, if Chen really destroyed the last heart, then Shu and the wild dragon would disappear, and they had no intention of allowing that to happen. Meanwhile, the monsters were becoming stronger, so Chen tried to speed up his pace. Jia noted that Chen needed to break through the meridian intersection ahead, then he would almost be there. But as soon as Chen approached the crossroads, he noticed that the monsters had begun to retreat, and his sea of consciousness had faded, and he couldn't even sense the tree of all things. The reason for this was the appearance of the wild dragon, and although its strength was running out, it was still enough to kill the young man. As a result, the dragon grabbed Chen in its claws, and he could not escape. Chen tried to get out, but he couldn't even resist. His body was enveloped in eternal cold, and his mind was striving for sleep. Jia didn't understand what had happened to Chen and tried to bring him to his senses, but he couldn't answer no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, the ring that Huan Yue had given him earlier alerted Chen that he was being attacked by a powerful curse from an unknown entity and activated its defense. The ring triggered the Heart of the Star God mechanism, which allowed him to free himself, but the heart itself was destroyed as the curse struck his soul, bypassing the tree. Chen was furious as the monster had just destroyed the ring given to him by the Great Master, and he vowed revenge. Zhu ordered the dragon to use the curse again, since it was unlikely that the young man would survive again. However, the dragon could no longer do this, as the complexity of the curse he had created was beyond his means, and his soul had lost too much strength over the years of being imprisoned in the body of the ancient god. If he tried again, he would fall into eternal sleep, and now Shu had a choice: save the dragon, or devour its power to save his heart. Shu did not hesitate to make a choice and killed the dragon to save his heart. He wanted to destroy Chen regardless of whether he could destroy the heart or not, because he needed the wild dragon's essence. Meanwhile, Chen and Jia finally reached the fourth and final heart. Then the Jia swarm began to attack the heart in order to remove the seal as quickly as possible and get out of the monster's body. As a result, the swarm's sharp claws tore apart the veins that fed the heart, and the seal-blocking teleportation was removed. Chen felt a strange feeling as if his heart was beating in unison with the ancient god's heart, and Jia began to absorb it. The young man felt as if not only the monster's heart was about to stop beating, but his own too. Chen's consciousness seemed to be whispering to him that he should go to the ancient god's head, and his heart rate gradually stabilized. Chen didn't understand what had happened, whether it was a sign or a gift from above, but he remembered how Hongning had warned. It was too dangerous in the ancient god's head. Meanwhile, Jia finished his meal, and whatever was left he turned into blood essence to take with him. This was good news, plus Jia quickly reached level 30 and could now summon a swarm twice in a row. Shu was furious and couldn't let the young man leave just like that. Meanwhile, Zhuan Yu and the others continued to fight off the bloody monsters, although they had almost no strength left. There were too many monsters, there was no help, and Zhuan Yu couldn't believe that it would end like this. However, at the moment when it seemed that everything had come to an end, hope appeared in the person of Chen. He arrived just in time, albeit late, and used the star god's blessing to heal the boys. Even though the ring could no longer block magic, its healing function still worked. By this time, the little one had returned, but her swarm had suffered heavy losses, causing her to look a little depressed. Chen didn't want to waste any more time and remain in the monster's body, so he asked everyone to prepare to escape. He was going to break through the meridian. He then activated Indestructible Body and began to carve a path through the monster's body. Opening the passage, Chen ordered everyone to run faster, and Xuan Yue was amazed. Before, he needed several blows, but now one was enough. There was little time, so Chen picked up Xuan Yu and hurried to the exit before the meridian closed. As a result, the passage almost closed, and the remaining monsters were unable to break through after them. Then the boys were finally able to exhale for the first time in all the time they spent inside the body of the ancient god. Xuan Yu showed Chen where the array core was, the closest location connected to the exit. The ancient god's body's outer defense was much stronger than its inner defense, but even that didn't stop Chen. He ordered Jia to initiate the swarm's reproduction cycle, which the little one was not too happy about. She noted that it was her territory, but Chen assured her that Jia would only use it temporarily. Jia then began to multiply the swarm, and Chen activated growth of all living things and growth acceleration to speed up the process. As a result, as if at the snap of a finger, 300 insects appeared, having accumulated in such a short time. The little one was trying to eat Jia in the meantime, and would have succeeded if Chen hadn't stopped her in time. Now, having accumulated enough strength, Chen began to try to break through the exit in order to finally get out of the monster's body. Meanwhile, Kaitian, Hongning, and Ling Qiu were already outside, but the array seal blocked the entrance to the ancient god's body, and it was almost impossible to break through from the outside. Ling Qiu noted that it was easier to break through from the inside, but the younger generation was not up to the task, so they should prepare for the worst. If there were signs of abnormal activity, they would have to immediately seal the space fragment and destroy the treasure pavilion. Hongning was unhappy because his precious daughter was inside. Ling Qiu understood this. But if the creatures living there broke out of the ancient god's body, it would be a disaster. Kaitian did not remain idle, saying that Ling Qiu was a venerable sword god who acted for the good of the country and its people, while he was just an old fool whose principle was simple. Whoever touched his disciple must first fight him. He was about to try to break through the seal, but suddenly they felt something strange, as if someone was trying to break through from the inside. Chen, meanwhile, continued to punch through the body from the inside, and the impact of his blows was so strong that it could kill someone with the shockwave. The regeneration speed was too high, but even so the young man did not give up and continued to strike. The wounds were healing each time, but suddenly Chen noticed that someone was trying to break through with him from the other side, and that someone was Ling Qiu and Kaitian who came to save the boys. After which, everyone ran to the exit and were successfully rescued from the body of the ancient god. However, all the children emerged from the body except Chen, who decided to stay inside, telling Xuanyu to go without him. He used growth of all things to pull it out, after which the cut closed, leaving the youth inside. Xuanyu was scared and asked her elders to save Chen, because he was still inside. Kaitian and Ling Qiu were already prepared to launch another joint attack to open a passage for the youth. But suddenly the ancient god's body changed. Something inside him awakened and took control of his life force, making it impossible to break through his defenses. Ling Qiu noted that it was useless to try to break through the defense, and if the emanations of change began to leak out through their array, they would have to close the passage and say goodbye to Chen forever. Kaitian couldn't accept this, but he couldn't do anything about it either because any decision would lead to failure. Chen himself was in no hurry to escape, but wanted to get to the head of the ancient god to find out what awaited him there. Shu was overjoyed, because it seemed the young man had taken the bait. He wanted to use Chen's body to gain life and be reborn. When Chen reached the head, he came across a huge door with characters carved on it that looked to be many years old, but still contained the remnants of Master Ling Qiu's aura. However, this did not stop Chen. He confidently opened the door and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he immediately began to go crazy. He was overcome with the feeling that thousands of voices were talking in his head at the same time. However, the surprises did not end there. Suddenly he noticed a strange silhouette in the air. The stranger came down to him and introduced himself as an ancient god named Xuanshu, saying that the young man could also become an ancient god. Chen didn't understand what he was talking about, and then Shu explained that it was simple. After all, Chen was him, and he was Chen. They would become one, but then Chen, like him, would become a ghost. After which, Chen realized that it was all a trick and used the earth sword to fight Shu off. Zhu was surprised that Chen had such strong martial arts, but he easily destroyed his sword energy. He also said that he would have killed the boy long ago if his body was useless, but this is far from the case. After which, he summoned a bunch of monsters of at least the level of the sixth seal. Chen had no choice but to fight, so he wanted to release his swarm and was ready to fight with dignity. But the young man failed, as if he had lost contact with them. At that moment, Shu grabbed him. Chen couldn't move to resist Shu's power, but he didn't believe that it would end like this. At that moment, he noticed a strange fruit that appeared on the tree of all things. Without realizing it, the young man found himself in his own sea of consciousness. He was confused. Could it really be that Shu still couldn't defeat him? The fruit that the tree of all things gave birth to was a special fruit that Chen knew nothing about yet. It was only known that it contained a very powerful soul. The fruit was still unripe, and so Chen realized that Shu wanted to take over his body, but instead he collided with the tree and became food for the fruit of divinity. Meanwhile, Jia also appeared, but he was not alone. Not only with the swarm, he managed to tame one of the monsters that Chen met in Shu's mind. Chen was surprised because even the sword god Ling Qiu himself could not cope with these creatures. However, Jia asked Chen to sit down quickly and get out of here. The monster, also known as the Wild Dragon, was completely under Jia's control. It was a demon from the underworld, and his clan had often used its kind in the past, as Jia had learned from his memories. However, it will not be possible to use such a creature in the real world, but in critical moments it can be used as a trump card. Meanwhile, Chen asked where the 5 demons of eternal hell were, and Jia replied that they had all been eaten. On the way, Chen heard the voice of the teacher, who was trying to break through the entrance to him in order to save him. Zhu's soul had been turned into the fruit of all existence, and the demons of eternal hell had been locked and absorbed into Chen's sea of consciousness, meaning that the outer shield was about to disappear, and then the Ji family might intervene, preventing the teacher from reaching the youth. Chen ordered Jia to quickly release the swarm and absorb everything that could be found, because perhaps Ling Qiu became a sword god precisely because of the body of the ancient god, and when he entered inside, problems could arise. However, the insects were unable to absorb everything, so they placed the remains in a hive, which Baby was not happy about. At the same time, Kaitian was still able to cut the body of the ancient god and reopen the passage. Ling Qiu was surprised. Was the defense really weakening? Or maybe it had disappeared altogether. Kaitian and Ling Qiu were about to go inside, but Chen suddenly jumped out from the slit and said that they needed to leave immediately. Xuan Yu was glad that Chen had survived and didn't even hide her emotions, but he noted that now was not the time for that. Chen said that they all needed to leave here immediately because they were running out of time. The young man declared that if they remained here, they would soon die. Upon hearing this, Kaitian immediately took him with him, and they went home. Xuan Yu was at a loss as to whether he really disliked her so much that he ran away from her. However, she thought that he did it on purpose, perhaps so as not to affect her condition before the tournament, acting so out of concern. While Hong Ning and Xuan Yu were discussing their own matters, Ling Qiu became alarmed by Chen's sharp reaction and decided to check out what was going on inside for himself. Entering inside, Ling Qiu was surprised because he did not notice a single monster that was here, and what interested him most was how the young man managed to do this, because these monsters were at the level of the 9 seals. Ling Qiu noted that Chen was clearly not an ordinary youth, but he didn't yet know how a swordmaster solved problems, and underestimating the situation could backfire on him. On the way, Chen told Kaitian that he had completely emptied the treasury of the sword god, which greatly upset him. The young man also became curious about whether he would be able to defeat Wushuang and Xuan Yue in the tournament that would take place in 3 days. Kaitian noted that there would definitely be no problems with Xuan Yue. Wushuang had also advanced in the technique of the 8-armed god of war, but he was not the one who occupied the first place in the ranking. After all, in first place is a man whose talent is considered the greatest in the last 800 years in the Daxia Empire. Usually classes don't awaken until the age of 18, but he started fighting at the age of 3, and by the age of 9 he was already recognized as the Emperor's divine sword. At 12 he entered the Forbidden Zone, spent 3 years there, and then secluded himself in Beijing and began to study the best techniques of the strongest races, ignoring the class system. Chen would also like to learn these techniques, but to do so, one would need to be a true genius like Zhang, and Kaitian does not have the resources to obtain the techniques of 10,000 clans. However, the young man did not despair, and upon returning home he decided to sum up the results of his journey. Moreover, the tree gave him a new fruit, and Chen wondered if this was due to the fact that the swarm was growing exponentially. The new fruit turned out to be the Thunder Fruit. Its use awakens the Thunderlord class, and gives the ability to turn into lightning and teleport through an electric field. At the same time, Jia's swarm numbered about 30,000 individuals, while Baby already had 12 million. Thanks to the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle's abilities, Chen's stats have doubled, meaning he can perform well in the tournament even without using the filth. At this time, an emergency meeting was held in the Qinluo military region, deep in the Qinlong Mountains. The reason was a change in the layout of the upcoming tournament, because this year, in addition to the capital, strong fighters were fielded by the Magic City and Jiangnan. Of particular interest were Wushuang and Chen, because in terms of combined strength, they could even compete with the Demon City. Previously, Jiangnan was their ally, but now everything has changed, and the participants began to think about uniting in order to knock him out in the tournament. It was decided to hold a vote, and Qinluo, Wuxiang, and Tianfu counties voted to form an alliance against Jiangnan. Guanghai County refused to join the alliance, claiming that they had already won the previous tournament, which caused a storm of reaction. However, even without Guanghai, the other county leaders were confident that they could deal with Jiangnan. But the problems did not end there, because the cult of the ancient god was already preparing to strike at the tournament. Moreover, they lured one of the participants to their side in order to use him to strike a blow at the pride of the Daxia Empire. In addition, the cult planned to release a wave of monsters once the tournament reached its peak. The day before the tournament began, Xinghai gathered all the participants to announce the rules. 8 military districts would participate, that is, about 80 young masters. The tournament is held in 2 stages. The first is a team stage, where the participants, divided into groups, will enter a secret kingdom in Qinluo County, and their task is to eliminate all opponents, and the 4 counties with the least number of survivors will be eliminated. First of all, the first round tests their ability to work in a group and cooperate, because it doesn't matter how strong someone is. Without coordinated work, there will be no result. They won't be able to sit it out either, because if their group stays in one place for too long, lightning will strike them, and the area available for battle will shrink every hour. The second round of the tournament takes place in the capital, where individual competitions are held, and the winner will be the one who ends up at the top of the rankings. Usually by the beginning of the tournament, there are about 30 participants left. Since the rules are known to everyone, it is time to choose a worthy captain for the team. Many wanted none other than Chen to be their captain. However, some voted for Wushuang, considering him stronger and more reliable. Chen was also voted for by Li Bing and Wang Ji, whose name is written as Prince, although Chen himself saw them for the first time. Wushuang also voted for Chen, but he did it just for fun. Chen was reluctant to take on such responsibility, but Xinghai convinced him, saying that if people trusted him, there was no point in ruining their hopes. Besides, Jiangnan has been performing poorly in recent years, and it is up to them to change this and write a new page in history. The next day was the long-awaited start day of the tournament in the Qinluo military region, near the entry point to the secret realm. Meanwhile, all the district commanders had already gathered in the stands with Kaichen and Hongning next to them. Since there was no commander in the Magic City district, this honorable duty was carried out by Hongning. Zhuanyu said so. Meanwhile, the team from the capital military region, led by Feng Zhengguo, arrived at the tournament venue. Representatives from Guanghai County, whose general was Yun Zhantian, also arrived. This district was famous for being represented by the current #1 in the Pride of Heaven tournament rankings, the captain of the Guanghai team. Once everyone had gathered, the participants were divided into 8 teams, after which they were moved to the secret kingdom, but only 4 will advance to the next round. Fen immediately asked Chen what his orders would be, because there were no weaklings among the 8 military districts, and to win they needed to find a good position and destroy the enemies. Chen had his own plan for this case, although no one but him understood it. The guys asked him if he was really planning a picnic, since what was at stake was survival and victory, not relaxation. Feng reminded Chen that if they lingered there, they would be struck by lightning, but Chen said he remembered that, although he wouldn't mind having some barbecue. At this moment, Wushuang seemed to understand Chen's plan and agreed to help him. As a result, not only Chen ate calmly but also Wushuang, which caused confusion among the rest of the team members. However, after a little while, the guys also joined in, thinking that this was part of some plan. There was no plan, really. Chen was just hungry and decided to have a snack. Wushuang thought about this, and Chen's tactics reminded him of the strategy of his ancestors, which was used only once in history. The essence of this strategy was to pretend to be defenseless prey, lure out the enemy, and then pounce on him yourself. Wushuang stared at Chen, which frightened him, and he asked if something was wrong. While Wushuang was thinking, he continued to cook the barbecue, the smell of which was simply delicious. While the other teams were scouring the area for enemies, Chen's team had a picnic, which made Kadian unhappy, as it reminded him of Yao, who had led her peers down a crooked path since childhood. Zhengguo noted that this reminded him of how the emperor in his youth also stayed put and waited for lightning. Then 4 teams attacked him at once, and all of them were defeated in a quick fight. He added that after hundreds of years, No one has been able to win a war with 10,000 clans, perhaps because instead of training, they teach the youth how to roast meat. Kaitian disagreed and said that the current generation's youths were not that weak and that the capital team might not be able to win easily, to which Zhenguo called them a pitiful bunch of country bumpkins. Meanwhile, the combined team of the 4 counties targeted Jiangnan. When they saw that the team was actually barbecuing instead of fighting, they were extremely surprised. However, they took this as an advantage, and the captain of Tianfu County, Luo Shun, declared that his group would take over Wushuang. Qinluo County Captain Wu Qingning had to deal with Chen. Dan Lishuan, the captain of Wuxiang County, was tasked with eliminating the rest of the Jiangnan team. Liu Han, the captain of Qinglin County, had to use spatial magic to help others from a distance. Kaitian was worried and did not understand Chen's intentions because the enemy was only 500 meters away and they continued to eat barbecue. Meanwhile, the enemies were getting closer and closer, approaching Chen's team to within 100 meters. Their presence had long been felt by the rest of the team, including Chen himself, but they still continued to wait, until one moment. Chen bit into the meat, which was undercooked, and spat it out, hitting Shun straight in the face. Immediately after this, Wushuang jumped up and rushed at the enemies, exclaiming that Chen's plan had actually worked. However, it was not easy to get close to the opponents, because they had prepared in advance and protected themselves with a 3-layer barrier. However, it was not difficult for Wushuang to break down this barrier. The rest of the team was delighted with Chen's so-called plan, although he himself did not expect that everything would turn out exactly like this. Chen then also entered the battle, entrusting Han Qiu and Sendao to protect Bing and Wang Ji. Chen hesitated whether he should intervene, because looking at Wushuang cutting down the enemies one by one, it seemed like there was no need for his help. As a result, everything turned out differently than the fighters of the United Team had expected. They tried to resort to a backup plan and use spatial magic, but Chen prevented them from doing so. Qingning, who was supposed to support Han, couldn't help because she was fighting with Ying. At this time, Fen was fighting with Lishuan, who turned out to be incredibly strong. In addition to the melee fighters, the ranged fighters also went on the attack, and that was why Sandao stayed next to Bin to cover her with her shield. Hankyu also did not lag behind and actively fought, destroying one enemy after another. Han tried to help from a distance, but Chen was constantly ahead of him, preventing him from using spatial techniques. In addition, Chen assisted other team members by eliminating enemies that came from the rear. The difference in strength was colossal, and even a dozen fighters could not cope with Wushuang. Shun began to doubt whether they would really lose so easily, but when it seemed that all was lost, hope appeared, because their strongest participant entered the battle. Feng Yu failed to stop Lishuan in time, and she managed to activate her lightning punishment ability, using water as a conductor of lightning. The fighters realized that they had to attack her first, but the enemies defended her with all their might. Shun used the technique Chaos Rain, and used the technique Kingdom Destroying Sword, weakening Wushuang to the point of complete immobility. Fen tried to attack Lishuan, but he couldn't even get close to her. Lishuan's strength was terrifying, and she constantly put pressure on her opponents. Soon, she used the forbidden water element spell Sea Dragon Rise, causing several fighters to be marked with marks and a dragon to approach them. At this time, Ying managed to defeat Qingning, but she did not consider it a defeat, because her team was still in the lead. However, no one from the Jiangnan team gave up, and Fen continued to attack Lishuan, hoping to stop her. Wushuang began to fall into a rage, anger overflowing him, but he was restrained by Shun's illusions and could not move. Chen approached the dragon, not understanding why everyone was so worried. It was just a combination of thunder, lightning, and water. These words made the enemies laugh, and Shun mockingly asked if he had lost his mind to dare to do such a thing. However, at this moment everything did not go as the opponents expected. The dragons began to bow before Chen. Lishuan was stunned as her spell went out of control, and the dragons became unresponsive. The reason was that her water had lost its purity, and along with it, Chen received the transmitted lightning charge. Chen then activated the Thunderlord class and used the skill Thunder Sword, tearing the sky. The situation has changed dramatically, and now the initiative has completely passed to Jiangnan County. Shun ordered an immediate retreat, but Sandao blocked their retreat with her shield. The battle between the two assassins, Ying and Qingning, continued. Moreover, Fen, the first sword of Jiangnan, continued to fight with Lishuan, who angered him by saying that he was not worthy of such a title. The enemies fell one after another, and they had almost no chance of victory. Han tried to grab Chen to stop him as he was breaking down the barriers and preventing them from using spatial magic, but it was in vain. Shun connected his consciousness with Han and promised to give him guidance for attacks. This was their last chance. However, Chen had been waiting for this moment in advance, and as soon as they took action, he struck Han with the Great Thunder Sword. Wu Shuang, whose anger could be felt a mile away, was eager to deal with Shun himself. The surviving fighters of the united team tried to attack Wu Shuang, but it was useless. However, Chen did not want to leave all the fun to Wu Shuang alone and also joined the battle. But in the meantime, Li Xuan managed to grab Feng and was already ready to crush his body. At that moment, Chen saved Feng using the heaven-piercing blade, and Li Xuan didn't even notice how quickly he snatched it from her hands. At that moment, Shun realized why Chen was moving so quickly. It was all because of the electric field with a radius of 50 meters. Following this, he ordered Li Xuan to try to knock down this field by any means necessary. She tried to stop Chen using the defense of the skill Scarlet Water, and it worked to some extent. The young man was unable to cut through the barrier. Moreover, the barrier was special. The more Chen attacked it, the stronger the defense became. But Chen didn't believe Li Xuan's words and said that he would check for himself whether the barrier really strengthened from his blows. After that, he used the skill Barrier Breaking Divine Fist and instantly destroyed the defense. He immediately directed an attack at Li Xuan and knocked her out of the fight with a powerful blow. Wu Shuang also sped up, wanting to finish the first round as quickly as possible. Shun tried to stop him by using the Primordial Flame technique and the Double Eye technique to confuse Chen and Wu Shuang with illusions, but to no avail. Despite this, Shun did not give up and wanted to take at least one of them with him to the next world. But Wu Shuang could not be defeated by words and threats. After the failure, Shun was driven face down into the ground. However, the problems did not end there. Space began to shrink, and with it the borders of the kingdom. Xuanji was pleasantly surprised to see that Chen had another class related to lightning control, no weaker than his hidden class. Lingqiu also noted that the youth's potential was truly great, making him one of the candidates to be included in the Empire's golden list, like Wu Shuang. However, Shun and Li Xuan also showed themselves to be worthy, unlike Xuanyu, who looked confused after being appointed captain. Hongning was beside himself with surprise, and asked Kaidian why he didn't tell him about Chen's class, but Kaidian himself didn't even suspect it. However, Kaidian kept a calm expression, thinking that it would be better not to reveal his ignorance. Other district commanders were outraged and said that when it came to dirty tricks, Jiangnan was always ahead and might even be able to compete with Beijing. But Zhenguo assured them that the Beijing military region was not as weak as their pitiful alliance. However, it wasn't just Jiangnan that had surprises. The Zhantian team also had something special prepared. At the same time, the other teams continued to fight, mercilessly destroying enemies. The captain of Guanghai County was Song Changge, who generally did not participate in battles, preferring to command from afar. But not everything was so simple. Changge turned out to be a spy for the cult of the ancient god, and brought allies to the tournament specifically for him. In the eyes of the girls, he was like an idol. Polite, strong, and modest, as it seemed to them. However, Changge dreamed of creating a harem, and winning the tournament was an important step towards his goal. He also wanted to get girls from other teams. At this time, the kingdom's borders began to shrink again, and Changge headed towards the Magic City team to deal with them. At the same time, Zhan from the Beijing district set up an ambush at the bridge. Their goal was to destroy all the teams in the tournament so that Dajia would be proud of them this summer. Meanwhile, Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglan, and Qinluo counties were eliminated, leaving only Beijing, Jiangnan, Magic City, and Guanghai, with 10 participants on each team. Upon learning this, Zhan changed his plan and decided to go on the offensive instead of waiting. Meanwhile, Team Xuanyu began to feel indignant. 4 teams were destroyed, and they were still wandering around the forest. No one knew that this was actually the work of Jiangnan alone, not Beijing, and Xuanyue was also under the delusion. However, after walking a little further, Xuanyu sensed the approach of someone with murderous intent. Her premonition was correct. It was the Guanghai County team, and Changge was not surprised that they were noticed, because Xuanyue possessed the divine class Sun Destroyer and the holy artifact Ji Yan. He said that under other circumstances he would have expressed admiration, but now they are rivals in a tournament fighting for a ranking. His words did not move Xuanyu, and she immediately attacked with the Flame Meteor technique. The technique was powerful and oppressive, but Changge easily intercepted the arrow and stopped the attack. After that, he decided to reveal his cards and admitted that he had 2 divine classes. They had just seen the technique of his first class, Heavenly Star Weaver. His second class was the Great Jusian's Divine Shadow, with which he created 100 clones of himself. Xuan Yu didn't expect this. Each of the copies had an anchor point, which meant that at any second he could move to one of the clones, becoming almost elusive. Despite this, Xuan Yu ordered the team not to retreat, to stick together and build a defense around her. Chang'e thought that she had gone crazy and was acting recklessly out of desperation. However, Xuan Yu used Sun Scorching the Sky, causing a golden crow fire rain to fall and attack Chang'e. But it didn't work. The raven was quickly wrapped in a net and was soon killed. Although Xuan Yu had recently strengthened this skill, Chang'e dealt with it without difficulty, and she had no time to think. The enemy was already surrounding them. After the crow was killed, there was a powerful explosion that even Chen heard, and he rushed to their aid. Chang'e's possession of 2 divine classes was a real sensation of the tournament. Jiantian stated that neither Wu Shuang nor Chen nor even Zhan could compare to Chang'e, and it looked like Magic City would be the next to be eliminated. The situation was critical. Xuan Yue was almost in despair, but her comrades did not give up. Yunfei released the divine spirit of the hero in a rage. However, Chang'e covered them with a net that even this spirit could not penetrate. However, Yunfei's spirit grew with each sacrifice. He burned his essence, receiving energy in return. Eventually, he accumulated enough strength, sacrificing himself, and broke through the net, giving the team hope. But Chang'e quickly restored the network in the same place, and Yunfei's death was in vain. He intended to finish off the rest. Xuan Yu was desperate. She wanted to prove herself and impress Chen, but things went differently. Meanwhile, Chen was already approaching the battlefield, which was confirmed by the thunder from his bird. He instantly destroyed some of Chang'e's fighters who were standing on the top of the mountain, and Chang'e himself at first decided that this was punishment for the long stop. Chen urged Xuan Yu not to give up. Even though her bow was burning away the source of her power, she had to hold out for a little while longer. At this time, he reached Chang'e and attacked him with lightning. Realizing that there was not a second to lose, he separated from the bird and began to destroy Chang'e's net. Even though the network was restored after each attack, Chen did not give up, accelerating his attacks, and eventually managed to destroy it. He arrived just in time. Xuan Yu could no longer hold up the dome with her bow. But Chang'e's strength did not end there. He acknowledged Chen as strong, but said that he had made a mistake in not taking him seriously. He tried to attack Chen, but he absorbed the blow with the power of the junior insect Jia. Thanks to this, Chen bought some time, weakened Chang'e's vigilance, and saved Xuan Yu. However, it didn't end there. Zhan arrived in the midst of the battle. By then, the rest of the Jiangnan County fighters had arrived, including Wu Shuang, who challenged Zhang to a fight, leaving Chang'e to Chen. Wu Shuang was full of confidence and faith that he could stand up to Zhang and use the invulnerable body of the war god. In response, Zhan used his card, Blood Dragon Armor. A battle broke out between 2 powerful geniuses that could be watched forever. Chang'e was also interested in watching them, but his opponent this time was Chen. He considered this fight a gift from fate. He wanted to fight with Wu Shuang, Zhang, Xuan Yue, and Chen, calling them an inferior race and promising to use only 30% of his strength. Chen did not understand what race they were talking about, and then Chang'e, having unlocked the source, said that now he would see everything for himself. He revealed his true form as a representative of the Azure God clan, one of the 10,000 cursed clans, and used the dungeon sealing technique. Using the clan's strength, he forced Zhan to understand the seriousness of the situation and ordered everyone to immediately activate the self-destruction technique and leave the realm. But it was too late. All the exits were blocked. No one could enter or exit. Since the realm was artificial, one could not die there just like that. But if the soul was sealed and turned into energy, it would be a real death, which is what Chang'e wanted. No one outside understood what was happening. The broadcast was silent, but it soon became clear that the entire younger generation had been captured by a member of the Azure God clan. To destroy them, Chang'e used the technique Threads of 1,000 Souls. It destroyed the soul. Zhengguo became furious and attacked Jiantian, accusing him of treason, but he swore that he knew nothing. Jiantian tried to stop him, saying that even if he killed him now, it would not help matters. After all, the flower of the kingdom was dying before their eyes. By then, the sword god and the martial arts god had arrived, ordering the others not to give in to their emotions, as they were the ones responsible for peace in Daxia. Zhuangji asked Keitian how big Chen's swarm of filth was, because if he could gather at least 100,000 individuals, he would be able to use the swarm's self-detonation and break through the dungeon's matter, creating a passage. But Keitian didn't know anything about this. Meanwhile, Lingqiu noted that this all seemed like a carefully planned operation. since it was incredibly difficult for the members of the Azure God clan to disguise themselves as ordinary people. Xuanji understood what Lingqiu was getting at. Most likely, another provocation was about to happen, but since the caves were under control, they would definitely attack the headquarters or even the forbidden areas. Their fears were not in vain. In an instant, a strange pressure appeared, similar to the Forbidden Zone, Temple of Bones. Following this, the monarch of the Temple of Bones appeared and began to recite his sutra, asking himself why he did not have a human form, why he was different from people, and why the concept of life did not exist for him. He was also familiar with Lingqiu and Xuanji, and was better known to them as the Diamond Sutra. Lingqiu didn't understand why he came out of his lair and asked the monarch about it directly. The monarch replied that he would soon have an epiphany, and then attempted to destroy the entire remaining young generation of Daxia gathered at the tournament. However, Xuanji ordered in time that no one should listen to the monarch's sutras, otherwise they might die. However, this did not help, and some children still died, and the monarch called it an ascension. Lingqiu rushed to attack the monarch, but he was creating projections, and he could only be defeated by destroying them. A real catastrophe began in the Daxia Empire. Columns of black smoke from fires rose everywhere, and Xuanji ordered everyone to immediately return to their posts in the districts in order to prevent another tragedy. After that, everyone went to their places, putting their lives on the line, including Zhantian. Meanwhile, Katian declared that if Chen died in the dungeon, he would go to the caves and destroy the entire Azure God clan. However, everything suddenly changed. Xuanji and Katian saw on the projection how Chang'e bowed his head to Cheng. Just 5 minutes ago, the situation seemed critical, and there was no talk of Chen's leadership. Chang'e was able to grab everyone with his threads, and neither Zhan, nor Wu Shuang, nor Xuan Yue, nor Sandao with Han Qiu could resist him. Even Chen couldn't do anything. His body seemed rooted to the ground. The young man didn't know what to do, since he had promised not to use the filth, so he used the Eye of the Void. This is how he learned that the person in front of him was Shu Liangdu, the 19th heir of the Azure God clan, who had entered Daxia through the crack in the caves to help the church of the ancient god. This gave Chen an idea. Since Liangdu belonged to one of the branches of the clans that worshipped the ancient gods, he must have a plan. To implement it, Chen needed the blood of demons, which Jia had completely absorbed, but he was able to extract it from himself. The processed blood had fewer side effects. Previously, if Chen had absorbed a drop of demonic blood, he would have simply exploded. But now it acted on him as an energy drink. Meanwhile, Chen set up a sound barrier, and Chang'e asked if he was afraid that he would cry before he died, and his comrades would hear it. Chang'e was most surprised when Chen called him by his real name and asked how he knew it, trying to remain calm. But Chen did not answer, saying only that he was not supposed to know who he was and how he knew it. After which Chang'e felt a powerful pressure and suspected that the person in front of him was an elder from the Void Clan. Coming closer, Chen asked what was special about the Void Clan, naming its 19 heirs, which made Chang'e even more terrified. In fact, Chen's plan was to pretend to be an ancient god and influence Chang'e, and he succeeded. Soon, Liangdu knelt before Cheng, asking for forgiveness and pardon for what he had done. If Chen continues to fight, he will have to resort to the power of disaster, but the best outcome is for Liangdu to die. Meanwhile, he continued to convince Liangdu that he was an ancient god and that they shared some common bloodline. He also said that if Liangdu revealed his identity, he would hardly be able to get out of Daxia alive, so he offered to enter Chen's inner world and have him take him back to the caves himself. In the end, Liangdu believed him and agreed, thanking him endlessly, but everything changed when he saw the strange monster. In the blink of an eye, Liangdu's body was torn apart and absorbed by the Little One, leaving only memories of himself. The others didn't understand what had happened. First, Chang'e knelt down, and then he simply disappeared. Chen once again saved everyone and became a symbol of hope for the others. Meanwhile, the Beijing district members asked Zhang if their plan had changed and if they really wanted to fight him. But he replied that he had just saved them, and if they wanted to fight so much, they should wait for the second round. Besides, since no one was going to fight anymore, the guys decided to go to the center of the dungeon and have a picnic. After that, they finally exhaled and had a fun time right in the center of the dungeon. By absorbing Liangdu, Chen was able to raise his level from 39 to 48 straight away. Meanwhile, he was also able to obtain the 1,000 soul thread that the Little One couldn't absorb. The thread had the skills Soul Split, Soul Energy Steal, and Soul Embodiment. Although the artifact was incomplete, Chen could use it as a trump card to absorb soul energy and summon a soul body to fight by his side. Initially, the artifact was defective because it did not recognize Chen as its master, but once he threw it onto the tree of all things, the thread was filled with the energy of the divine soul and was soon able to recognize him. After a short time, the thousand-soul thread actually recognized Chen as its master. At the same time, new fruits appeared on the tree, which, although they did not look particularly strong, still became a small but important victory. The green fruit turned out to be a triple experience card that lasted for 3 hours after activation. The blue fruit was a class awakening card, and could be used to skip one of the missions required for that stage. Chen received 2 blue fruits because he had 2 classes, and having reached level 48, he would soon undergo his 3rd awakening. Meanwhile, the 17th Master of the Ancient God Church, codenamed Mistress, celebrated Liandu's success without knowing what really happened. She ordered that all coordinators and allied headquarters in the caves, sea clans, and the Forbidden Abyss be informed that they were launching an attack on the Dacia Empire. Since Xuanzi was guarding the caves, Ling Qiu was fighting the monk, and the Great Dreamer had not yet awakened, they planned to strike at the Empire, perform a ritual, and, through sacrifices, release the ancient god. Their target was the city of Chujiang, but at that moment it was under the protection of the Night Guards. Gan noted that all the Empire's forces were on alert, and although Chujiang was a small city, it was still worth taking seriously, especially since the defensive system would only activate in half an hour. Gan was also curious about how Chen was doing, as the latest news was that the Jiangnan team was in the top 3 in the group stage. Suddenly, the cult of the ancient god attacked Chujiang, and Gan did not immediately understand what had happened. Monsters entered the city from all directions, destroying teleportation gates and communication towers. Gan ordered an end to the panic and gave instructions. Feng was instructed to hold the city wall and find a way to speed up the activation of the defense. Xiaoqi was tasked with gathering all the citizens into shelters, enlisting the help of those with sound abilities, while Gan himself went into battle. Meanwhile, the boys finally left the kingdom, but were surprised that there was no one around. A projection of Xuanzi appeared in front of them, explaining that the forbidden zones, sea tribes, and caves had been attacked, and the strongest masters had been sent to the front. In addition, there was a report from Yanshan that Chujiang was being attacked by a wave of monsters. In the southeast, there was an invasion by the Hai clan, where Kaitian and Yao were sent. In Chujiang itself, there were only the night watchmen, since the forces could not be divided too much, and the city itself was one of the last places on the list of priorities. Chen did not agree with this decision, and asked Xuanzi if the advisors had not considered that this might be a trap. Xuanzi replied that such an option was considered, but no one could say with certainty that Chujiang would be the key target. Chen declared that in that case he would go to Chujiang even if he had to give his life for it, because it was his home. The rest of the guys were ready to go with him. Xuanzi reminded them that even a king-level master would not always be able to survive an invasion of monsters of this scale, and they might die. These words frightened some of the boys, and they decided not to go, saying that they would only disturb the others. However, most of them still followed Cheng, ready to join the fight. Zhan, as the descendant of the emperor, said that he could not stay away. Wu Shuang said that it would help him advance on the path of cultivation, and Xuan Yue, as the granddaughter of the Holy Sword, could not refuse either. Xuanzi was pleasantly surprised by their determination and, without trying to convince them, decided to send them to Chujiang, recognizing 10 of them as the best young talents of the country and expelling the rest. He also announced that the second round of the tournament would be replaced by a competition for contribution to the defense of Chujiang, and gave everyone bracelets to count the number and strength of monsters killed. Once again, Xuanzi reminded them that they could die, but it was too late. Most of the guys had already left. Wushuang called him an old man, which gave Xuanzi an idea. After all, he would take them to the cave and show them his aura of killing intent, so that they would learn to respect their elders. Those who remained were upset to be eliminated from the tournament, but consoled themselves with the thought that at least they were safe. Kaitian felt confused. Although the invasion was certainly one of the strongest in terms of scale, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong here. Xinghai asked him if he really believed that the attack on Chujiang was just a cover for a larger offensive elsewhere. Kaitian immediately assumed that they wanted to attack Chujiang, but Xinghai replied that this was unlikely, since in addition to the Forbidden Zones, 5 other cities had been attacked, all far from the center. At this moment, Xinghai received a message that Xuanzi had sent the guys to Chujiang after all, despite Katian's request not to spread the word about the monster attack for now, and then hurried after them. However, Xinghai stopped him, saying that Wu Shuang, Zhan, Xuanyue, and the entire Jiangnan team were already with them, and they had better focus on their task. Rage filled Katian. He was so angry that he rushed to cut down the monster that had just appeared. At this time, things were tough in Chujiang. There were too many monsters, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with them. Despite the number of monsters, Gan did not retreat and fought in close combat. Along with him, Jin, Bulan, Xiaoqi, and Feng fought against the monsters, but their strength was clearly not enough. The monsters attacked in waves and seemed to never run out, and some could even pin fighters to the ground. In addition, new monsters appeared. Level 5 scavenger vultures and 2 level 6 demonic monkeys that decided to attack people instead of the wall. Gan warned that if the monsters broke through the walls, he would give the order to detonate the nuclear charges to take the enemies away with them. This news fueled the fighting spirit in the squad. They all wanted only one thing: to kill all the monsters and protect the Empire. However, it was almost impossible to resist the demonic monkey. It was not only huge, but also monstrously strong. Even Gan and Jin couldn't resist her, despite the support of Bulan, Xiaoqi, and Fen. Gan didn't believe that he could die without telling his teacher that he had broken through to the 4th level and learned the heavenly blade, and Jin didn't know whether Chen had won. But suddenly someone cut off the head of the bloodthirsty monster who seemed about to kill Gan and Jin. That someone turned out to be Chen, who appeared just at the most critical moment. Gan couldn't believe what was happening, deciding that it was a hallucination, but Jin assured him that everything was real. It was Chen who saved them, which made him even more shocked, because he didn't believe that he could withstand such a race. Chen revealed that he owned a disaster insect and had previously fought Yuanshan himself, which only added to Gan's questions. Gan and Jin couldn't believe their eyes. Chen had defeated a 6th-level monster equal in strength to the 6th Seal Master in an instant. The other guys also had a hard time fighting the monsters, because it wasn't just a battle, but a fight for contribution points, which were important for the final rating. However, not everyone was fighting for points. Han Qiu and Sandao were looking to protect Chen's home. Xuan Yu was not going to fall behind either, because despite her failure at the tournament, she now had a second chance to prove herself. Wu Shuang fought for points, but also considered this battle an important step on the path to enlightenment. Zhan didn't give in either. He wanted to fight Cheng in the tournament using the technique First Emperor's Sacrificial Sword, but he used it against monsters. Chen himself was not idle either. He boldly rushed into battle, destroying as many monsters as possible. The mistress was stunned to see Chen, as she was sure that Liandu had killed them all. But she was even more shocked by the swarm of fell insects, which is why she decided to head to the rifts by the river and send the rest of her minions to the Spider Empress. Meanwhile, the clearing of monsters was going well. Baby tirelessly absorbed one after another. Thanks to the double experience cards, Chen had already reached level 57, and with 3 cards left to complete the class transfer quests, he could complete the 3rd awakening today. At the same time, many restless souls appeared, but Jia did not absorb them, since Chen promised to arrange a royal feast for them. However, Chen explained that the tree of all things would not be able to bear fruit without souls, so they were very useful now, and Jia should act as covertly as possible. At the same time, the Daxia Empire's contribution points ranking was updated. Xuanzi, Lingqiu, and Huan Yue took 1st place. Kadian was in 28th place, Chen was in 296th, Zhan was in 401st, and Wu Shuang was in 468th. Xiaoqi meanwhile reported to Gan that the defensive system had been restored, but he was more concerned about whether Chen had gone too deep into the enemy lines. He also noted that thanks to this gong, Chen would easily advance to the 3rd awakening, but reminded him that the missions for him were a real nightmare, since he himself spent 4 years completing them. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th awakenings are the most difficult. These are real milestones in the development of a professional, and many do not have enough of a whole lifetime to go all the way. But the new generation is very different from the previous one. Gan noted that Wu Shuang and Xuanyue had already passed the 3rd awakening and were possibly close to the 4th, and at that moment, a huge tree suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This caused everyone to be amazed and wondered how Chen could start class evolution without completing all the missions. Did he really have an artifact capable of this? But there was also a problem. Because of this, he could be pulled into the Qiyuan space. After that, everyone rushed to protect Chen's Dharma so that he could successfully improve his class. At the same time, Zhan came across a yin-yang monster capable of creating portals, for example into the abyss, but it is enough to kill only one of them for the portal to disappear. Jan was about to cut off his head using the forbidden scrolls, but suddenly felt a killing intent. The Spider Empress suddenly appeared from the portal, and her presence caused Zhang a great shock. The Empress was a level 8 monster that had eluded Lingqiu many times, and her strength was so great that even Zhan's forbidden scrolls could not harm her. Jan found himself in a difficult situation, not only having to escape from the Empress, but also inform others of her appearance. He ran away, but the Empress was not going to let him go and eventually caught him. However, Zhan decided to escape at any cost, cut off the arm that the monster had grabbed, and escaped with the help of Blood Mist Flash. Meanwhile, the Empress decided to start with Chen, because he was in the awakening stage, and his consciousness was in the Qiyuan kingdom, so there would be no better chance to kill her. At this time, Kaitian and Xinghai continued to repel the attacks of the High Sea clan. At the same time, good news came to them. The 9 wings of filth were devouring the monsters attacking the city, and Chen himself entered the top 300 warriors of Daxia. However, at that very moment, the great sign of Tang Yuan appeared in the sky, and even the masters were surprised by it. The Tang Yuan sign was created many years ago by Emperor Daxia and would only appear when an enemy of the 8th rank or higher was awakened. This enemy turned out to be the Spider Empress, who had appeared in Chujiang, and since the situation had become critical, Kaitian asked Xinghai to go there. However, the troubles did not end with the Spider Empress alone. Following her, Tu Yan, the leader of the Primordial Demons clan and a 9th-ranked warrior, also entered the world. Tu Yan claimed that the clans would soon unite and oppose Daxia, but Xuanzi reminded him of how he had already defeated him once. A battle began between 2 of the strongest warriors, on which the fate of their races depended. At that moment, Xuanzi noticed the sign of Tang Yuan and ordered a detachment of Daxia warriors to head to Chujiang, but Tu Yan responded by sending an army of demons. Xuanzi was furious and could not allow defeat, because then the Daxia Empire might fall. As a result, Xuanzi fought Tu Yan, Lingqiu went to the forbidden area to get the monk, and the Spider Empress attacked Chujiang. By this time, Zhan finally reached the boys and informed them that the Spider Empress had infiltrated the city. Zhang himself barely managed to escape in time to warn the others. Gan noted that it was impossible to interrupt Chen because he was now wandering in the Palace of the Mind, and this process could not be stopped. In the meantime, they had to hold out, and the defensive system would help them with this, giving them strength and allowing them to hold out longer. But they would not be able to cope with this creature, so they should retreat. Some decided to leave, but Han Qiu, Xuan Yue, and Sandao declared that they would die for their mentor and do everything to save him. The boys weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of dying in vain without having protected Chen. Meanwhile, Chen was wandering in the Qiyuan space, and after using the mission map, he didn't expect that he would immediately be sucked into the subconscious space. Chen understood that if he refused to awaken, he would have to do all the tasks again, and glowing balls with class descriptions circled around him. He used the class change mission skip card to get through his 3rd shift as Thunderlord and began searching for options. Thousands of balls began to disappear, leaving only those related to thunder. In the end, out of the thousands of balls, only 9 remained, and Chen finally replaced his unique class, Thunderlord. The young man mastered the new divine class, Thunder God, and along with it he received the skill Thunder Punishment, God's Eye, capable of fixing the target and delivering a mental blow. He also received Thunder's Sorrow, a 300x 300-meter area attack, and Thor's Thunder Realm, a 100-meter radius field of eternal thunder that reduces enemy stats. After that, Chen used the card again to change his 1st class, Astral Cultivation Master, to the divine class, Primordial Overlord. He also unlocked a new skill, the Greatest Path to Simplicity. When learning new techniques, it is possible to activate a simplified mode that allows you to immediately increase the skill by 1 level. Another new skill is Evolution and Reproduction, an improved version of everything that exists, which speeds up processes by 5,200 times and increases the number of individuals by 210 times. However, Chen was even more surprised when an unknown girl appeared in front of him, calling him Lord and introducing herself as Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, the spiders continued to take over Chujiang County, outnumbering even the swarm of filth. By this time, Chen had already completed his awakening and class change, ready to engage in battle against the Empress. Returning to reality, Chen used the skill Growth of All Things to pull the others away from the Empress and ordered them to retreat behind the city walls. The young man himself decided to fight the monster alone, despite the fact that the Empress was of the 8th rank. The Empress was only amused by this and did not take his intentions seriously. She was sure that Chen wouldn't even be able to touch her, since even Lingqiu couldn't kill her. Chen knew that it would be difficult to defeat her alone, so he decided to use the primordial god's drop. After that, he absorbed a drop of blood and activated the divine body strengthening technique to survive. His appearance immediately changed. He became similar to Zhan, and a 7th rank aura emanated from him. Adrenaline was rushing through Chen, but he was able to withstand the power of the 7th rank and rush to attack. The Empress did not remain idle and tried to stop him with her web. However, Chen easily dodged the attack, which surprised the Empress, because even with her gift of foresight, he remained elusive. While dodging, Chen immediately used the skill Thunder Realm of Thor. Chaos broke out all around, and the sky was lit up by bright purple thunder, burning the eyes. Chen then used Thunder Punishment, God's Eye, and launched a mental attack, which the Empress tried to defend against. He also tried to attack her physically, but she easily blocked all his blows. Although the monster's souls were weaker, their bodies could be considered weapons, so the fight was a hybrid one. Despite her prediction, Chen continued to dodge and even counterattacked using the 8 blood networks. The Empress blocked his fields with a network of blood and was able to pinpoint his location. Thanks to this, she reached Chen, believing that she would now deal with him. But in fact, it was not he who was locked in with her, but she with him. And Chen cut off her legs with a powerful blow. The others were shocked. Could it be that Chen had been hiding his strength all this time? However, he began to have difficulties. The Empress's body was too strong, and his form was gradually disintegrating. Therefore, Chen had only one chance left to deliver a powerful finishing blow after first angering the monster. He succeeded. The Empress was furious at his words that she was not an Empress but a weakling. The pressure from her became monstrous. She showed her true body, but Chen continued to resist. He eventually knocked her down by using Thor's Thunder Realm again, which was so powerful that even she couldn't suppress it. After this, Chen decided to finish the fight with the final attack, Lightning Punishment. So the Empress was defeated by a young master of the 3rd awakening named Chen, which was incredible because even Lingqiu could not defeat her. With her last breath, she begged for mercy, promising not to attack again. But Chen didn't believe her and simply waited for Lightning Punishment to finish what it started. Once the blood drop wore off, Chen returned to his normal appearance, but new problems immediately arose. If it weren't for Xiaochun's ability to foresee, Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat the Empress so easily. Xiaochun was the original time insect, capable of looking into the future. 3 seconds equaled 10 individuals, and the more of them there were, the longer the foresight lasted, up to 10 years. Chen then decided to take a little rest and recreated the kingdom, which caused even more surprise, since he had just undergone his 3rd awakening. Chen was disappointed with himself at this time, watching Chen fight with a rank 8 monster while he himself lay at her feet, and only thanks to the healing artifact he remained alive. But he was not going to give up. At the same time, the ancient god summoning altar was activated in the Chujiang dungeon. The ancient god was outraged to learn that the filth was fighting on humanity's side, and warned that if Xuanzi continued to cover for her master, she would become an enemy of all races. And even though the mistress had attracted the Spider Empress to their side, it worked to their advantage, as the ancient god decided to fill her with his power. For a short period of time, he granted the mistress the 9th rank and ordered her to destroy the swarm of filth, its mother, and also get rid of Chen. 10 minutes later, the rank-up process was complete, and the mistress set out to battle the filth. Meanwhile, in the caves of the 10,000 clans, fierce battles continued, and the advantage was on Xuanji's side. However, at this moment, a warning was received about a 9th rank monster entering Chujiang. Xuanji wanted to go to help, but he knew that then Tuyan would have free reign and attack other cities. So he decided not only to continue the fight with Tuyan and his army of demons, but also to take the war to their territory by attacking their cities. Tuyan was extremely surprised by this decision and asked Xuanji if he was afraid that everyone else would turn against him. But Xuanji did not retreat and declared that he was not afraid of anything, because his actions were justified. Whoever came to them with a sword would die by the sword. The mistress, the ruler of the 7th throne of the Church of Ancient Gods, was already above Chujiang at this time, right in front of the battlefield. In an instant, she dispelled Chen's kingdom and his lightning punishment, thereby saving the Empress. The aura of a ninth-rank master was so powerful that even Chen with all his skills could not move. Her strength was so great that she could easily deal with an entire swarm of filth. Moreover, she easily grabbed Chen and was about to kill him just like hundreds of his insects. The situation was critical, no one could help, because everyone was suppressed by the ninth-rank aura. At that moment, Chen summoned Jia and told him to release the dragon to fight the mistress. Since the dragon was also a ninth-ranked dragon, its chances of defeating the mistress were significantly higher. The mistress tried to use the skill Ancient God's Scripture to defend against the dragon's attack, but to no avail. However, there was one nuance. The dragon was a monster from the dungeon, and if it remained in the ordinary world for a long time, it would be... However, there was one nuance. At this moment, Yao and Commander Shen Tufei arrived to help Chen and the others. Yao pierced the mistress with her sword, and she began to beg for mercy, promising to reveal all the secrets in exchange for her life. She said that in the catacombs under Chujiang there is an altar, and while the slaughter is going on the surface, the souls, flesh and blood of the dead monsters are absorbed into the body of the ancient demon. Chen asked her if their entire goal was simply to awaken the demon and devour the Daxia Empire. She swore that she knew nothing more, but at that very moment her life ended. While the mistress was being absorbed by Jia, the Spider Empress decided to use the moment to escape, but she was noticed in time. As a result, she became a tasty morsel for the little one, and for every piece of her flesh eaten, she received 1,000,000 experience. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's spell was still in effect, meaning the attacks on the Empire continued. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to Chen's body. It seemed to be burning from the inside. Chen was in critical condition due to severe exhaustion, and he could only be saved in a hospital at the main military base of Jiangnan, where the best healers worked. While Yao and his squad went to close the rift under Chujiang, Xiaoqi tried to heal Chen at least a little, while Gan tried to summon the filth. At this moment, Little One returned to Chen and carried him and Gan to the hospital. The others were inspired by how much Chen had given for the victory, and went to finish off the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Yao reached the underground altar and furiously destroyed everything in her path. Her anger was indescribable, and the only thing she wanted was to kill the ancient demon. In the end, they managed to stop the demon, although in fact he himself decided to escape, promising to return. Yao wanted to catch up with him, but Tufei stopped her, saying that at their level of strength, they would not be able to deal him any serious damage, and that Huan Yue had most likely already woken up and would seal the rift. A week had passed since the ancient god cult's attack, and Chen had spent the entire time in the hospital. He finally regained consciousness, and the little one was already ready to reproduce the swarm. However, Chen decided not to rush for now because the swarm was growing larger and there was no longer enough space to contain it. Besides, Jia was also ready to reproduce, but he also didn't have enough space. So Chen offered to give Jia the baby hive, but the younger one was confused because it turned out that he was carrying his older sister's leftovers. Meanwhile, Chen finally had time to familiarize himself with Xiaochun's abilities, and he realized that she was on the same level as the All Tree. However, he still didn't understand why her talent was hidden under a question mark. He could only find out from her herself, so he decided to call her and ask a few questions. Xiaochun's appearance was peculiar, but Chen still asked how she was able to obtain a human form without undergoing the evolution and full impact of the growth of all things. Xiaochun explained that growth of all things takes time for everyone, but she is different because time is her ally, but she still needs to evolve to unlock the talent. Using the skill Evolution Acceleration, Chen learned that it required one of 10 drops of Guanyin water, a sacrifice to the River of Time, 3 time fragments, or a magic weapon with a time attribute of at least level 4. As soon as he came to his senses, one of the hospital workers approached him and called him Major, which greatly surprised Chen. While Chen was unconscious, 10 young geniuses from the top of the Tianzuo list were promoted in rank. The woman also asked where the water from the capsule had gone, since it was a concentrate of soul and life delivered by a special flight from the capital, but Chen said that he had drunk it out of thirst, although in fact it had been absorbed by Jia. Meanwhile, Kadian and Xinghai came to him and were delighted at his recovery. However, Xinghai was unhappy with Chen drinking the concentrate, as 10 barrels cost 200,000 contribution points, and suggested deducting it from the youth's balance. Kadian noted that it was thanks to Chen that the disaster with the ancient demon was prevented, so they should be grateful to him. Chen asked if he could buy 10 drops of Guanyin water with his contribution points, but it turned out that they were extremely rare and unavailable. He also wanted to acquire a fourth-grade magic weapon, but it was impossible, however. Kadian suggested that the time fragment might be something Xinghai could obtain. Xinghai explained that time shards are created when ancient ruins are destroyed, and there are only 2 left in their country, each worth 150,000 points. Chen said he would take both and asked where he could find another one, but it was impossible to forcibly destroy the ruins, as they were beyond time and space. Xinghai then advised Chen to discuss the matter with Huan Yue, who was currently sealing the rift in Chujiang and would be back soon. After this, Chen was discharged from the hospital, returned home, and began to think about future plans, new reproduction of the swarm, the fruits of the tree of all things, and a meeting with Huan Yue. First, Chen upgraded the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle to gain the skill Hades' Spear, a powerful attack that projects hellish emanations into reality. He also received a special blue fruit that allowed him to expand the hive's capacity to 10 billion individuals. After this, Chen initiated a new swarm reproduction, greatly increasing his power. Besides the blue fruit, he had another one filled with souls that Jia had collected during the battle. From this colorful fruit, Chen obtained the deity God of the Julyu tribe, which is necessary for becoming a seal master. Once he began to fuse with the god of the Julyu tribe, he received a new divine class, the Heavenly God of War. In addition, he acquired the divine skills, Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial Army Formation. Now Chen has become even stronger, already possessing 3 divine classes. The swarm's reproduction had also ended. It now contained 800 million filth and 6 million rhinoceros beetles. In just a few minutes, he had increased his powers many times over, gained a new class, skills, and reached level 66 of the Third Awakening. At this time, Xinghai and Kaitian came to him, and with them was Huan Yue, whom they asked Chen to show around the city. Huan Yue agreed to stay with him and sent the others off to do their business. The first thing she noticed was that the young man was emitting a wonderful aroma, the aura of a deity, and she was surprised. She asked if he had already become a god, but Chen said that it was just the remnants of the ancient god's blood aura, without revealing the truth about the deity's absorption. She then told them that there were no more time shards in their country, but there was another place where they could try their luck. Huan Yue told of 3 overseas islands to the southeast of the Daxia Empire where the relic was once located. This relic merged with real space, after which 3 islands were formed, Penglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou. She also said that 500 years ago, a master of the 9th seal appeared, the emperor of their country, and later, another one, the Lord of Fire, with whom the emperor had disagreements. The Fire Lord left the country with his followers and settled on these islands, declaring them his kingdom, and took the fragments of time with him. Although 9th Seal Masters can live for 300 years or more, attacking a Fire Lord for time shards is an absurd idea. Huan Yue noted that, although relations are tense, younger generations used to keep in touch until their country banned islanders from entering and closed its borders 500 years ago. And the reason for this was that for 400 years, they were constantly losing competitions and were beaten without a chance. So they became ashamed and decided to refuse to participate. However, with the emergence of Chen and the other young geniuses this year, they may finally have at least a small chance of winning and obtaining a time fragment. Before leaving, Huan Yue warned Chen not to appear on the streets unnecessarily, as several serious assassins from the Sakura Kingdom, Shiva Kingdom, and even the Vatican Knights had taken a contract to eliminate him. A few days later, the award ceremony took place, and the calendar showed August 13th, 793, the era of the formation of the classes. I was curious to know from Gan if he really intended to temporarily leave the service and retire for training, and he confirmed that he had already made a final decision. He was followed by other members of the Night Watch, who also decided to focus on improving their skills. Wu Shuang and Zhang were also planning to go to the underground caves to strengthen themselves and accumulate more contribution points. Meanwhile, Xinghai announced the beginning of the ceremony, joking beforehand that he was going to talk about the political situation in the country, but immediately moved on to the formal part. He asked everyone to greet the commander of the Night Guards, one of the 3 pillars of the Daxia Empire, the great dreamer Huan Yue. Huan Yue didn't show up alone. Chen came with her. He looked impressive and beautiful. His appearance caused surprise, envy, and even anger, and at the same time received a new nickname, Demon of the Swarm. Huan Yue officially announced that Chen would be given the title of Swarm Lord. In addition, he was granted the title of King of the Seas, which meant recognition of his authority on the islands, but at the same time, he did not receive any of the districts under his control. Instead, Chen will wander the country, holding the strings of life and death in his hands, despite only being 18 years old. Hunting became even more interested in him, suggesting that perhaps the elders had decided to establish contact with the islanders by giving the young man the title of King of the Seas. In fact, Chen was entrusted with the management of the three islands, and he asked Kaitian for his opinion, but he only said that he was too lazy to get involved in politics. Chen also received a symbol of his power, and perhaps he will be the one to return the islands to the empire. Suddenly, an unknown youth appeared at the ceremony, introducing himself as Satsugen, and claiming that he had come from the land of Sakura on behalf of Yakino Okami to congratulate Chen. He emitted the aura of the third seal, although he was only at the peak of the fifth seal in terms of level, and Hunin admitted that Sakura had developed real talent. At this moment, Huan Yue flared up and said that the young man would pay with his life for disrupting the ceremony. However, Chen asked her to let him handle it himself, saying that she shouldn't waste her energy on such a trifle. Satsugen, however, issued a celebratory challenge, citing the traditions of the Dasha Empire, according to which friends from afar should be met with battle. In fact, he received an order to kill Chen and offered a condition, to fight without using insects. However, Chen had long since been at a level where he couldn't cope without taint. He used the skills Thor's Thunder Realm and Thunder Punishment God's Eye to strike, but it turned out to be an illusion. Then the monster, Satsugen's ally, tried to attack Chen, but he easily repelled it. After that, Satsugen tried to hit him from behind when he lost his guard, but Chen managed to dodge. However, Satsugen's attacks were insidious. He used a poison for which there was no antidote. In this way, he tried to prove that Chen was unworthy of his titles, but only angered him. Satsugen didn't know that Chen was known as the Demon of Poisons, and didn't understand why the poison didn't work. In response, Chen attacked using the Spear of Hades, a skill of terrifying power. Satsugen realized that he was trapped and tried to escape, but the spear pursued him as if it were alive. Eventually, it pierced his body, the fight ended, and Chen retained his titles. After a short duel, the award ceremony continued. Chen's victory was even more admirable, as he defeated the fifth seal killer in just a few moves, without resorting to any corruption. Kaitian was surprised that Chen had been promoted again, but he never informed him about it. Then came the fireworks display, and shouts of glory to the Lord of the Swarm came from the stands. After this, Chen began to accept gifts. The first to speak was the representative of the Daxia Chamber of Commerce, the head of the Luo family, Luo Badao, together with Sandao, presenting a magical weapon as a sign of respect. Taking the sword in his hands, Chen immediately felt its powerful aura. It was an artifact capable of absorbing the owner's soul. However, instead of being swallowed by the sword, Chen bowed down to it himself. Badao also told Chen that this blade was called the Heavenly Sin and was a fourth-rank holy weapon, and in the ranking of holy artifacts of the Daxia Empire, it occupied the honorable 11th place. He also noted that the artifact is known as the Fierce Beast, because if it is drawn from its sheath, it must kill an enemy or else harm its owner, which is what happened when the sword was lent to Kaitian. However, Badao did not go into details, only saying that Kaitian did not like the sword very much, and Huan Yue told the rest. Kaitian could not control the sword, and it almost attacked him. Kaitian was genuinely happy to have become the teacher of such a young man, although he tried to hide his true emotions. After the Luo family, the representative of Jiangnan County, Mu Henyan, decided to present a gift along with his daughter Han Qiu, congratulating Chen on the title of Swarm Lord and presenting him with the sea god's pearl. The pearl contained the source of the sea and could fill a huge space with water or even serve as a weapon. Meanwhile, Henyan also said that he was already expecting great-grandchildren. After Heng Yang, Tang Wanchuan and his daughter Ying presented a gift. These were 3 rank 8 demonic pills, and Hongning and Xuan Yue presented 20 drops of demonic blood. The guys from the Night Guards also wanted to give a gift to Chen, but they were too poor to afford something expensive, although Gan claimed that this was not the case. On behalf of himself and the Night Watch, Gan presented Chen with the thread of the Source of Faith. Yao asked Kaitian if this gift was too barbaric, but he replied that faith is a pure, fantastic, and selfless thing. It can be both the simplest and the most valuable. Gan also said that this thread connects 8 million people in Chuzheng and is capable of withstanding even the most severe blow. Meanwhile, Kaitian and Yao also did not want to be left behind and handed Chen the Heavenly Blade talisman they created based on the origin of their technique, which could be activated to protect the lands entrusted to him. Even though the talisman contained the power of only one blade, it could be decisive at a critical moment. But Chen gave it to Gan, saying that he would need it more when he went to the abyss. The youth explained that Xuanji had forbidden him from entering the abyss until the sixth seal, to which Gan replied that he would accept the talisman and hoped that one day they would fight side by side. In addition to the talisman, Chen also decided to return the equipment he had taken earlier and also added a few gifts to it and asked them to pass them on to the other guys. Suddenly there was a loud noise, similar to the one that happened last time when the monk appeared. However, this time it was Ling Chu who managed to tame the blood dragon pond, kill its king, the ninth seal monster, and present it to Chen as a gift. Ling Chu was indeed on a completely different level compared to the others, and the blood dragon pond could now be excluded from the list of forbidden areas. But problems were not long in coming. The main monsters gathered in the abyss space to discuss further actions against Chen. Tuyan, the leader of the primordial demons clan, recalled the saying, "If the lips disappear, the teeth will be cold," and proposed uniting to destroy Daxia. Yun Shu, a representative of the immortal clan, stated that he would not participate, as he believed that Daxia was being polite and did not attack without reason. Tuyan was furious because Yunshu had supported the three islands that were at war with Daxia for 400 years, hoping for their victory. Xuangang, the god of the dragon clan, intervened in their dispute, reminding them that they had not gathered to discuss alliances between clans. However, Xuan agreed that Daxia should be destroyed and proposed to start by conquering 3 cities in the abyss, Pojun, Tanglan, and Qisha. However, he noted that when moving into the territory of the empire itself, problems will begin with Huanyue, which can use the spiritual power of 10 billion people living in Daxia. Ziyu, the lord of the demon race, stated that they would not be able to gain the support of the 10,000 clans, as the heavenly Tao forbids their representatives from having masters above the 9th seal. However, the level of the 10th seal is already half open, and within half a year it will be fully open. Then the ancient beings of these clans will be able to operate the new power, so they decided to wait a little while, supporting the countries opposing Daxia to weaken them. And as for Chen, Jiyu said that there was nothing to worry about since he only had the 3rd seal. In addition, he sent assassins to Chen, and if they failed, they would have a chance to eliminate him in the tournament between Daxia and the 3 islands, especially since Zhuan said that his subordinates shared dragon blood with the Sea clans, and they would also participate. After the ceremony, Chen continued to sit locked in his room, as he was constantly hunted by assassins. Kadian came to him to talk about it. They managed to eliminate several assassins who infiltrated the Empire's territory, but one master of the 8th seal still remains at large. Chen noted that he would always be hunted by those who wanted him dead, but would he really have to sit under guard for the rest of his life now, since he was far from weak? His skills were already at a completely different level. He even managed to find Ying, who was secretly protecting him at his father's request. Kadian was surprised and asked how long ago she had managed to do this, to which Chen replied that it had been a long time ago, but she had simply greatly limited the movement of energy in her body, so it was difficult to notice. Meanwhile, Chen told the teacher about Liandu from the Tian King clan, how he killed him, and that his eyes, just like then, could see everything within a radius of 30 kilometers, so there was nothing to worry about. He also suggested that instead of eternal defense, he himself should switch to an active attack, but Kadian noted that, although he appreciated youthful enthusiasm, he should be more careful. Besides Ying, who was secretly guarding him, Han Qiu was by Chen's side the entire time. Sandao joined them, helping with the housework. In addition, Zhuan Yu was with them, and she was roasting pork at that moment. Kaidian was amazed that Chen had arranged a real harem in his house, but the young man replied that this was not the case, and called them rather uninvited guests, after which he asked everyone to return home. Meanwhile, 2,000 kilometers southwest of the Daxia border, a crowd of enemies has gathered in the Gobi Desert. Among them were the Knights Templar, who were tasked with eliminating Chen, promising access to the 9th seal for their participation. However, some considered this unfair, since some brought 6 masters with them, while others brought a maximum of 3. With them was Saito Eishichi, the 7th in the ranking of Divine Masters, a native of the country of Sakura, who owned the sacred artifact of Takamagahara, the Flute of Goose Summoning. The Knights Templar acknowledged Aishichi's strength, but were unhappy that he did not bring their renowned legendary assassin with him. Saito Jinya, the 1st in the ranking of Divine Masters and a compatriot of Eishichi, intervened in their dispute and in the blink of an eye cut off the heads of the rebels, ordering them not to dare to defame the name of Saito. After this, the argument ceased, and they moved on to discussing a plan of action. Their alliance was joined by Pan Yunjin of the Han country, the fifth-ranked divine master, who stated that they would first send a group of assassins to lure Chen out and then neutralize his lightning. Jinya noted that they would finally be useful, and if everything was decided with the lightning, then they would eliminate the filth with the help of the Takamagahara artifact. Along with them was Shiva Sharma, the fourth in the list of divine masters, who stated that since Chen possessed the powers of darkness, the monks would be able to easily seal these abilities. Thus, they only had two problems left: defeating the ninth seal filth dragon and taking into account the proximity of their camp to Mount Kunlun, where the Daxia divine origin was located, as well as the caves 1,000 miles away. One of the Templar masters stated that for this, he was ready to sacrifice the sacred relic of the temple, the Scroll of Holy Light, which completely blocks any energy vibrations, even air movements. The scroll was different from ordinary spatial concealment techniques. Once in its zone, even the strongest masters would not feel anything, thanks to the mirror of divine light. After activating the scroll, it was as if they were on the other side of a mirror where there was no sound or energy, and Xuanji, who was monitoring the caves, could not detect them. Even if he decided to move towards them, he wouldn't be able to sense anything within the scroll's range. This was their main plan, and everyone was sure that it could not fail, because, deprived of his abilities, Chen would not be able to respond to them in any way, even with the blood of an ancient demon. Meanwhile, Chen wandered around the city, hoping to attract the attention of the assassins hunting him. Thus, he noticed one of the assassins from the Han country, Jing Meiji, the owner of the sixth seal, as well as her sister, Quan Jiswan, the master of the seventh seal. Chen knew that they were unlikely to attack in a crowded place, so he decided to go to a more secluded place. Meiji and Jiswan followed him, deciding to lure him into a trap. They moved into the forest where no one would disturb them, and staged a scene with the supposed snakebite that Meiji received. Chen happened to be nearby and was surprised by such a performance, because there were no poisonous snakes in these forests, and he advised them to come up with something better. However, he decided to play along, pretending to believe it, and then the girls hit him from both sides. But they never realized that it was all a trap, and Meiji's charms had no effect on him. Realizing their situation, the girls tried to escape, promising to give everything if he spared them, which led Chen to believe that they wanted to lure him to an even more secluded place. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan Demon Valley, north of Pojin City, things were quite lively, but not for everyone. The master of the fifth seal and 788th in the Tianjiao rankings, Ding Chunyu, had caused chaos by bringing with him a torrent of water from the Sea of Desires. Chunyu was a capable young man, but his antics and peculiar ways of solving situations often irritated those around him. The reason he decided to act so rashly was because one of the demon clans had lost an heir during the tournament, and 2 days ago, another heir had gone to the Demon Valley to take revenge. The sixth seal master, who ranked 790th in the Tianjiao ranking, Yan Namgong, was also with him, and she was curious to know if Chunyu had decided to bring a flood of water to flood the entire Demon Valley. Meanwhile, she also said that they all needed to prepare to return to Daxia, as the revived competition with the residents of the 3 islands would soon begin. However, Chunyu did not share Namgung's optimism, saying that there was no point in participating in a competition against those who were several times superior to them in everything. Chunyu also noted that he had heard of a new rising talent named Chen, for whom they even held an entire ceremony in the capital, and he also possessed 2 divine ranks. Namgung replied that she had also heard of him, and that his swarm of filth numbered around several million individuals, and even Xuanzi personally intervened in the situation to change the Daxia laws regarding the forbidden insects. Meanwhile, the topic of the competition came up, and Namgung said that all the top 3 masters from the 781-792 episodes took part, and from the last, 793rd, there was only Chen, while the heir of the Ji family, Yang Ji, from 784, was captured and tortured to death by cultists. As a result, nearly 50% of the most talented people from those generations have already died by now, but they are lucky that the champion of the 781st edition, Fengyun Wuji, is still alive and can become their captain because he once defeated one of the demon elders. For 2 years, the demons tried to catch him by setting a trap, but Wuji managed to kill 3 of them, and then disappeared, and only recently returned to Pojin to meet with the Jiang family representatives and join the team. At the same time, in the military camp, Xuanzi met with Wuji, noting that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and he could not even imagine that in 10 years he would receive the honorary title of Sword Demon. Xuanzi also asked him if he really wanted to lead the team and then told him about Chen. Wuji replied that the islanders had made great progress in their study of the class system, and it was rumored that they had discovered the secret to obtaining the divine rank, but he would do his best to protect Chen. This is because Chen is a young talent who is important for the future of Daxia, and since even Xuanzi is worried about him, Wuji decided that his main task is to ensure the safety of the young man. Xuanzi was glad that their empire had Wuji, for in his generation there was no one more talented, and in the meantime he asked him to go to the Gobi Desert, which is 20,000 miles southwest of Mado, because strange energy fluctuations had been recorded there. He noted that most likely assassins had set up an ambush there, waiting for Chen, who was just heading to that area, and it was impossible to stop him, because Kadian wanted the young man to gain more combat experience. Moreover, Xuanzi had no right to interfere in the life of the young man, but could only observe and protect from afar, although he did not explain the reason for this to Wuji. Meanwhile, Chen had already arrived in the Gobi Desert, but he was unable to catch Jiswan, because as soon as he found himself in the desert, she seemed to have disappeared. Neither breath nor consciousness, nor even the eye of emptiness found her. Meanwhile, Chen used the skill of predicting the future 30 seconds ahead, and learned of the attack that the assassins were preparing, among whom were even the masters of the Eighth Seal. The enemies also suspected something was wrong, deciding that the scroll might not be working because the young man suddenly stopped, as if he noticed something. They couldn't hit him with the sphere because the distance was too great, and although the scroll had maximum range, it was still not enough. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Namgung arrived in the desert to warn Chen about the ambush. Chen himself understood perfectly well that a trap had been prepared for him, and he knew that he could not allow the guys to enter the scroll's area of effect. Otherwise, they would suffer. The young man activated the barrier, and from now on, no one could get inside, since it limited time and space. The enemies considered Chen's actions stupid, because in order to save others, he himself fell into a trap, and now no one can help him. They didn't want to attack the young man all at once, preferring to use dirty tricks, but Chen didn't care what tactics they chose. Following this, Chen released a swarm of insects, and since the enemies themselves had sealed themselves in the barrier, it could be said that they had created a trap for themselves. Aishichi used his flute, the very one he wanted to control the filth with, but in response, Chen released even more insects. At this moment, he was attacked by daggers with an aura of darkness, but instead of being afraid, Chen was curious about whether they could strike both the body and the soul at the same time. He then activated the skill, Indestructible Body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle, and knocked some of the enemies out of stealth with a powerful blow. After that, Chen used the Lightning Smite skill, and Yunjin immediately tried to absorb the lightning with her sphere. Chen also wanted to use the Hell Spear, and Sherma, who was tasked with blocking all of Chen's dark attacks, immediately entered the battle. However, there was a flaw in their plan. The Spear of Hell, despite its name, had nothing to do with the element of darkness. Sherma was confused and didn't understand why the Hell Spear wasn't a dark technique. He tried to repel the attack by using a golden light spell to protect his body, but it was no use. Chen then aimed at Yunjin, who was currently holding back his lightning. The plan that the boys had been thinking about for so long turned out to be a failure, and even Aishichi with his flute could no longer cope with suppressing the swarm. After this, the Knights Templar went on the attack, trying to at least delay Chen. Chen took their blow using the skill Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle's Indestructible Body, absorbing all the damage without being harmed. The knights were surprised that their attacks failed to injure the youth, and meanwhile Chen was already preparing to attack them in response. The Knights Templar had come to the land of Dajia before, and 3 of their 8th-level cardinals had fallen at the borders of the empire, and now their descendants had suffered the same fate. Jinya also did not stand idle and tried to cast a curse on Chen, but the Tree of All Things instantly dispelled it. However, Jinya didn't understand why his curse didn't work, only realizing that he had to be much more careful from now on. Chen knew that Jinya would definitely change tactics, so he wanted to prevent that by releasing the dragon. At that moment, a knight named Decius used the Scroll of Holy Light to seal the dragon. And this part of the plan was successfully carried out. They managed to seal the dragon without any difficulty. This made Chen quite angry, and he decided not to rely on his insects, but to attack personally. However, his attack was deflected using the reverse mirror, which reflected the attacker's own attacks. The young man had a problem, because while the knights used the mirror to block his path, trying to get behind him, Chen understood that if they went into close combat, he would lose the advantage. So he decided to change tactics slightly and fill the Hellspear with 6 million rhinoceros beetles. He then used the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle Fist and attacked the mirror again. However, this time he struck differently than before, as if he had not applied any force to the blow. However, this was not an accident. It was part of Chen's plan, and following the blow, he released a spear that was able to pierce the mirror. But at that moment, Chen was plunged into a strange feeling, as if he had lost his connection with the world. At that moment, that feeling dissipated, or rather, the thread of the origin of faith passively activated, reacting to the strong attack. Chen was furious because he had wasted the gift from Gan and the people of Chujiang. With a single blow of his spear, he dealt with Yunjin, thereby eliminating one of the enemies and returning the lightning to himself. He then released an even larger swarm of Little One insects and attacked Eishichi. There were so many insects that Eishichi could no longer control them, and his soul began to burn out little by little. Jinya had stopped hiding by then and decided to attack Chen one-on-one, using the curse 10,000 heart-piercing swords. Chen didn't rush to attack, but decided to use Xiaochen's foresight skill. Using the skill Thunder Flash, he rushed to attack the remaining enemies, leaving a curse on the Tree of All Things. Jinya was extremely surprised, not understanding how the young man was able to dodge even his signature move. Meanwhile, Little One had already dealt with Eishichi, and no one was holding back the insects anymore. Chen meanwhile released his spear and commanded it to absorb Jinya's soul, and he tried his best to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, the guys on the other side of the barrier began to worry. Could Chen really have died, since quite a lot of time had passed since he entered there? Wuji also noted that those who prepared the ambush had probably taken care of countermeasures for all of Chen's strong points, and even if they got inside now, it was not a fact that they would be able to win. Meanwhile, he said that in the underground caves, a person with good fighting ability but making stupid decisions would very quickly destroy many soldiers with his actions, and if such a person joined them during the tournament, he would only become a burden. The guys were about to leave, assuming that Chen had probably died and there was no point in sitting by the barrier in vain. But then it suddenly collapsed, and in its place appeared a strange silhouette with the breath of the master of the 8th seal. Wuji immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle because they might think that it was the enemy who had dealt with Chen. However, as soon as the smoke from the barrier explosion cleared, they saw Chen alive. But what surprised them most was that Jinya was kneeling in front of him. It happened just a minute ago when Chen managed to drive Jinya into a dead end, and he, out of desperation, asked for forgiveness and said that he was ready to apologize. But Chen said that a simple apology was not enough, and then took out a scroll with the spell Soul Contract and declared that he would only let Jinya live if he signed it and became a servant. Meanwhile, Chen said that he knew of a way to help Jinya reach the level of the 9th seal. The young man noted that he had the Taishu tablet, the very one that became the key that granted enlightenment to the great dreamer. Jinya was delighted. Could it be that the long-awaited transition to the 9th seal awaited him behind these gates? Jinya realized that Chen's intentions were serious and he was not going to deceive him, so he decided to agree to such an adventure. Then he decided to sign a contract and from that moment on became Chen's servant. But in case of betrayal, his soul would no longer belong to him, and the young man would be able to kill him in an instant. Chen reminded Jinyi that the contract gave him complete control over his soul regardless of distance, and also told him about the task he would have to complete. Jinya exclaimed in surprise, did Chen really want to take over the Sakura country? And in that case he was willing to serve him, doing all the dirty work. The young man was surprised, as he only wanted Jinya to become his spy in the country of Sakura. Although this was not strange, since in that country they admire those who are stronger. At that moment, the scroll barrier collapsed, but Chen was more interested in what happened to his dragon. Whether it had been destroyed by heavenly punishment, however, since it had not disappeared from reality within the allotted 5 seconds, it had been absorbed by Jia. Meanwhile, Chen explained to Jinya that he had to go to the Sakura country and begin preparations to carry out his plans, and if he succeeded, he would become one of his generals in the future. In addition, once the barrier was completely destroyed, Wuji was able to meet Chung in person for the first time and was amazed by his powerful energy. After talking for a while, they introduced themselves to each other, and Chen said that Jinya had lost and was now serving him, and Wuji said that he would represent Daxia in the tournament against the three islands, after which their dialogue ended. Chunyu was surprised that Chen could be so confident in Wuji's words, and believed him immediately after he received answers to his questions. Namgung explained that this was a form of observation of the interlocutor. As Chen and Wuji exchanged questions, they simply glanced at each other, assessing each other's skills in silence. Wuji noted that Chen was indeed a capable youth, and his insect was much stronger than he thought. Chen responded that his sword energy was impressive. Wuji added that although he himself was on the 6th seal, and Chen was only on the 3rd, he would hardly be able to defeat him, and also warned that he might be forbidden to use filth at the tournament, but he would stand up for him. The boys decided not to linger in the desert, since it was already getting dark, and Chunyu needed to return to the main base, while Jinya went to carry out Chen's orders. Chen, meanwhile, was thinking about how he should act in the tournament without using the filth, but he still had some time to prepare on his own. Meanwhile, the tree of all things gave birth to a new, colorful fruit, and Chen became curious about what was inside, since the previous fruit gave him a piece of the divine, bringing him closer to the 10th seal. The fruit had ripened that time after Chen had fertilized the tree with the restless souls from the Chujiang battlefield. But now it had grown on its own. Xiao Chun explained that while he was talking to Jinya, the tree had collected the souls of all the fallen. After that, Chen used the colored fruit and obtained a special item, the Seal of Faith, with which he could instill a fanatical faith in the souls of a certain ethnic group or life form and make them worship him. Moreover, this mark could not be removed even after reincarnation or resurrection. It remained on the soul forever, and the trigger for its activation was the murder of the god of an alien civilization or the complete destruction of its resistance. Chen noted that although the activation conditions were complicated, there was probably some kind of balance, and if it was the god of the people, then it was most likely related to the god of the Three Islands tribe. He didn't hesitate and immediately attached the seal to himself, intending to use it soon. In addition, a new era is about to begin, and Chen wants to use the coming chaos to become stronger because human hearts are weak. Even the emperor was betrayed and torn to pieces by his own people 400 years ago. Upon returning home, Chen didn't have time to rest. Katian burst in on him and immediately asked if he knew how he made the Heavenly Punishment Brigade look like idiots because they had been trying to catch the assassins for years. He stated that Chen had brazenly charged into their ambush, killed everyone, and made the master of the 8th seal his ally, and now he was wondering how the young man had managed to do it. He also wanted to know the exact number of individuals in Chen's swarm, estimating 12, 20, 80 million. But the young man remained silent. In the end, Kaitian settled on 80, and Chen decided to hide the true number since the teacher might be horrified by the shock. Kaitian said that Huan Yue had taken care to conceal the information about the swarm's numbers outside of Daxia, and everyone would think that there were only about 10 million of them, so there was no need to reveal the real number. Chen replied that there was nothing to worry about and asked the teacher how many insects it would take to kill the fire god of the Three Islands. Kaitian was shocked. Did he really want to kill Yang Jun? He said that Yang Jun had reached the 9th seal more than 400 years ago. His current strength was unknown, and the islands were rumored to have learned to recreate divinity, and at least 100 million individuals would be needed to win. Kaitian was surprised. Could it be that Chen had already found a way that would allow him to increase the swarm's number to 100 million in the time remaining before the tournament? Chen explained that the filth had absorbed a lot of meat from the battlefield, so it was able to not only restore the losses, but also generate even more insects, although 100 million would require an incredible amount of meat. Kadian replied that it was no problem. It was enough to give a call and place an order for hunters from all over the country to help, but he also reminded that relying only on the filth was dangerous, because the rules could prohibit outside help. Chen replied that he understood this, and the teacher should not worry, because he still had 2 months to prepare, during which not only the filth would increase, but he himself would also increase. After the teacher left, Chen began to think about how to level up the new class before the tournament, at least to the 4th seal, and, according to the good news, to obtain the seal of the Heavenly God of War, you only needed to kill 1,000 monsters in a row using the class skills. However, in order to achieve maximum strength, Chen had to make things more difficult for himself, and he was also planning to place a hunting order tomorrow, since he estimated that the meat would be enough for another reproduction of the 9 wings of filth. He remembered the patch of abyss where the Spider Empress lived and decided that it was a good place to place the 9 wings of filth and carry out the mission to obtain the seal. Meanwhile, at the Ji family's estate near the Magic City, Xuanzi, Huan Yue, and Ling Qiu had gathered. Hong Ning also wanted to join in the conversation, talking about the tree he had transported from the caves of the tree tribe, but Ling Qiu told him to leave, saying that no one wanted his tree. The reason for the meeting of the 3 great masters was the approaching new era, the war in the dungeons of the 10,000 clans, and Huan Yue declared that for the sake of stability, it was necessary to capture the 3 islands before the conflict began. 5 years ago, various plans were proposed to take over the islands, but none of them were ideal, because Jun was incredibly strong. In addition, Huan Yue's abilities were better in defense, and even the combined forces of Ling Qiu and Xuanzi were not enough to defeat Jun. However, Xuanzi stated that there was no need to do anything, since all that was required of them was to protect Chen, which greatly surprised Huan Yue and Ling Qiu. He asked if they weren't interested in why he saved the boy when he got hold of the forbidden insect. Ling Qiu noted that the current precarious, peaceful situation could turn into war at any moment, and if the filth entered the caves, the panic would increase. And besides, this ancient insect was surrounded by secrets, and it was dangerous to rely on it. However, Xuanzi said that something made him reconsider all decisions, including Chen's sentence, but he could not say what it was. He only said that at the moment when Chen stood in front of him, he saw a small cricket that showed him the future in 10 years. Huan Yue was indignant, not understanding how someone could show the future for such a long time. But Xuanzi replied that the more he spoke, the greater the risk of bringing heavenly punishment upon them. Ling Qiu noted that since the young man was so important and their job was to protect him, then he could not participate in the tournament. Huan Yue shared what was already known. The masters from the islands were artificially creating divine classes, and she was sure that even under Chen's protection, she would die in the first round. Ling Qiu asked Xuanzi if he knew the outcome of the tournament, but he replied that he only knew one thing. They were obliged to protect the young man, and they could not talk to him about it, otherwise they would bring punishment on him too. Before leaving, Ling Qiu asked Xuanzi how he saw the future of Daxia, whether the empire remained great. At that moment, Xuanzi remembered the vision in which all that remained of Daxia were mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a bloody future where no one survived, regardless of position, class, or power. Everyone, including the great masters, were brutally killed, and with them the hope for the revival of Daxia died. Even Huan Yue, who could control space in battle, died, but Xuanzi decided to hide the truth, saying only that Daxia would always remain great. At this time, on Penhai Island, a meeting was held in the temple complex on behalf of Jun, and the best disciples of the 7 academies and representatives of the 12 senior clans were received. The voice of the gathering was Jun's senior disciple, the bloody Asura Yang Ming, who declared that they must win the Tianyuan tournament completely and decisively. Some in the room were unhappy, because Ming was only on the 7th seal, and they doubted that he was worthy of representing the island. However, Ming was not simple. 4 centuries ago, he was the personal guard of Emperor Daxia, and with the help of several henchmen, killed and dismembered his master. Later, he recognized Jun and became his first disciple. Ming continued that Daxia's hidden forces had already begun to act, trying to draw attention to the tournament by spreading propaganda against Chen. He declared that they, as the true and pure blood of Daxia, must teach a lesson by killing the enemy's strongest warriors, Wuji and Chen, as ordered by Jun. There was a noise in the hall, and many wondered if the tournament was just a pretext for something bigger, perhaps even an attack. Min declared that a new era had arrived. They had tolerated Daxiu for 400 years, and it was time to reap the fruits of this field. Besides, they don't have to worry about being outnumbered because Jun is already negotiating with the Sea People to gain their support. In addition, they will send their strongest young geniuses, who will take part in the tournament on behalf of the island, and the participants are also granted the right to use divine manuscripts, the palm, the eye, and even the heart of God. Meanwhile, Chen posted a quest and asked everyone to fight and hunt monsters, for which they would be awarded contribution points, and the bodies were to be brought to the collection points to receive a reward. Since Chen has recently ceased to seem like a threat to be eliminated, many have become motivated and set out to hunt. The monsters kept coming in bigger and bigger numbers, much bigger than ever before. The Jiangnan County headquarters also showed interest in helping Chen collect the monster bodies and were willing to empty their storage facilities for the sake of it. Sometime later, Chen met with Katian in the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan military region, and he noted that, despite the decree being in effect for only half a day, the warehouses were already bursting with monster carcasses, and supplies were coming from all over the country. Katian also noted that the Daxia Trade Union donated a tenth of its profits to the youth, and the Mu and Tang families helped by opening up their family treasuries. There really were a lot of monsters. Just the fourth-level bodies numbered just over 50 million. There was plenty of meat for the insects, but Chen ordered the little one to leave the low-ranking monsters for the swarm and only absorb the high-ranking ones herself. Chen then released his 80 million swarm, and they all pounced on the monsters' bodies. However, even this amount of meat was not enough. For the next reproduction of the swarm, much more resources were required. In addition, another problem arose. The swarm had no place to live, and Chen decided to use the place where the Spider Empress had previously lived, but first everything had to be cleared out. Katian suggested sending an army there, but Chen said that he wanted to handle it himself, without relying on others, or even using insects. The teacher was surprised, but decided to trust the young man, being confident that he already had some kind of plan. Meanwhile, the little one was also rushing into the abyss, confident that there would be even more food there. Jia also said that he would not mind consuming something, and Chen offered him the blood of demonic deities. Besides this, Chen promised to throw a feast for Jia after visiting Emperor Li's vault for the Tiger Soul sword. But what interested him most was the hidden treasure deep within the Guanghai Forbidden Zone, where the ninth seal beasts lived. Meanwhile, in the Magic City at the Ji Manor, Ling Qiu once again brought Huan Yue out of hibernation. He explained to her that the matter was urgent. A rebellion was being prepared right before the start of the Tianyuan tournament, with the message that the islanders were the true inhabitants of Daxia, and that their leader's act was righteous. Huan Yue said that anyone who incites against the motherland, especially those who do so for money, should be executed without delay. As for the rumors, Huan Yue could easily stop them with her wisdom, clearing the dreams of millions of Daxian citizens of such heresy. Ling Qiu noted that it was not for nothing that Huan Yue bore the title of Holy Protector of Daxia, and moved on to another important matter. He reported that Chen had issued a hunting decree, and all the Daxia masters were exterminating monsters, but even the efforts of the entire country were not enough, given that the decree was supposedly only needed to complete the class change quest. Ling Qiu added that even an idiot could see that so many monsters weren't needed to change classes, and Huan Yue suggested announcing the recruitment of a new army and explaining the hunt as a need for ingredients. Meanwhile, Huan Yue wondered where Chen was now, and Ling Qiu replied that he had gone into the abyss for some kind of test. At this moment, Chen was fighting against the monsters in the abyss, but he encountered difficulties. Even one blow was not enough to kill the second seal monster. Moreover, there were many monsters, and they did not attack one by one but tried to surround Chen. As soon as the situation became critical, Little One rushed to Chen's aid. However, Chen forbade her from interfering, as he wanted to cope on his own and improve his own fighting skills. He then continued the fight, deciding that if one blow was not enough, then he had to deliver several in a row. About a week and a half had passed since Chen first entered the abyss, and the number of monsters he had killed had approached 1,000. Chen was able to complete the first mission to obtain the seal of the Heavenly God of War, and then received a new one, to kill 10 monsters of the third seal in a row in 3 hours. That same day, deciding to rest a little and have a snack, he called upon the Little One to absorb all the corpses. 2 months later, Chen completed the Heavenly War God class transformation mission by killing 10 third seal monsters. He also encountered stronger and more unpleasant monsters, and although they were not scary, they had dangerous features, such as poison. However, using his skills such as the invincible fist of the war god, the youth easily dealt with even the 6th seal monsters. One of the monsters tried to kill Chen with poison, or at least slow him down, but he managed to dodge. Chen then decided not to hold back any longer and used one of his new buffs, Heavenly War God's Transformation. The strength he had developed during these 2 months in the abyss was truly powerful. And now, even the monsters of the 6th seal, regardless of their characteristics, did not pose a problem for him. In addition, Chen raised his level from 61 to 69, and also completed the 3rd awakening of the Heavenly God of War class. Chen wanted to fight a little longer in the abyssal caves, since there were still quite strong monsters there, But the Tianyuan tournament was about to begin soon. Since he couldn't handle all the monsters on his own, he decided to throw a feast for the little one and her swarm, saying that this was now their new home. After that, Chen headed to the underground warehouse of Jiangnan, deciding to first get some new clothes since there was almost nothing left of the old ones. There he was met by Kaidian, and seeing his appearance he asked with a smile whether he had really been so badly battered in the abyss that even his clothes had disappeared. Kaidian himself came to take a look at the number of carcasses that the hunters had collected, noting that, judging by the national rankings, they had dispersed as if they had slaughtered all the monsters in Daxia. However, as soon as he opened the warehouse door, he was surprised to find that there was not a single carcass of the monster left inside. Chen noticed that it seemed like his insects' appetites had increased several times, to the point where they couldn't stop. Kaidian asked if his insect could reproduce to 100 million individuals, and was pleasantly surprised when Chen answered in the affirmative. Chen also warned the teacher that he was going to return to the abyss to monitor the swarm's reproduction and asked that this part of the abyss be made a forbidden area. After that, he began the process of breeding the swarm using the skills evolution and reproduction. At that very moment, he felt a strange sensation, as if some energy was trying to absorb him, embodied in the imposed thoughts of others. The swarm of filth already numbered about 80 billion individuals, and the young man was amazed. Was he really losing control over his own swarm? Zhaochun explained to him that this was the little one's passion for destruction, and if he simply tried to hold on to his consciousness, she would connect with his mind, saying that the little one should handle it herself. After some time, the little one managed to overcome this state, but Chen could not come to his senses, because even in battles with the creatures of the ninth seal, he did not experience such powerful mental pressure. Eventually, Chen's swarm reached 80 billion individuals, and the young man hoped that this would be enough to defeat the Lord of the Three Islands and subsequently conquer them.